Create, change, innovate, contemplate the truth within what you know exists, and then structure it to what is new. It is never too late to innovate, never too late for anything. By Jason Mercier. With this inspiring quote, I welcome you all to the IQAC Elegance International Virtual Conference on Innovative Trends on Horticultural Production. I request you all to raise up for invocation.
I now request Dr. K. Haripriya, Professor and Head, Department of Horticulture, to deliver the welcome address. Please, ma'am.
Good morning to all. In this good day and in this good hour, I am very much delighted to welcome our Dean, Faculty of Agriculture. We all know that he is very brilliant and is rich in his experience. And this is constantly felt by the way that he keeps himself updated with the facts and figures in not only in agriculture sciences and in all related branches. We welcome you, sir. I extend my warm welcome to Director IQAC. He is very much amiable. Sir, the service you have initiated he has initiated this service to function on knowledge dissemination and communication strategies. It is more like providing.
Continue.
It is more like providing cooked food on the plate rather than. We thank you for that. With great respect, I invite Dr. C. Samarapur, who's to deliver on advancements in soil and cultivation of horticulture crops. And I also welcome Dr. Ramesh Kumar, Dr. Sai Vignesh, and Sri Vinod Desai. Friends, we all know that in the recent past, we give importance to agriculture issues like bio-organics, bioregulators, biostimulants, and enriched formations, and we do favor biodynamism in farming systems. And all these activities are driven towards the production of wholesome produce. And this can be made possible only if we understand the plants as the unit of production. And we need to go deeper into the profile, like understanding the physiology, like transmission, transduction, the receptor of the mind, and all these things have to be addressed. And it is very nice to know about the valid articles published from the advanced countries where they have established the Department of Plant Neurobiology. And they have stated that the roots communicate to the neighbors. And minuscule sounds are produced as a defense system in plant trees. And millions of qualities like this are available with the plants, which we have to know and we have to understand in full. And all these things, besides the application of new generation plant growth regulators are in tune nowadays. And our organizers are well versed to fix such speakers to enlighten the student community on this developing science. And therefore, whatever we do, whatever we take from the mother, everything has to be put into picture and back to mother level, some form or other form of organic, so that we don't disturb the mother earth to exploit further. And by and large, I welcome one and all present over here.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, let us have the privilege of listening to the opening remarks of our Honorable Director of IQAC, Dr. S. Arvind, Professor and Head, Department of Entomology. Please, sir.
Most respected the most respected Dean Faculty of Agriculture, the most respected and learned program head Department of Agronomy, the most respected Professor and Head Department of Horticulture, Professor Dr. Kalpaya, and other organizing secretaries, Dr. R. Suresh Kumar, Dr. T.R. Bharat Kumar, Dr. T. Uma Maheshwari, then co-organizing secretaries Dr. R. Kandasamy, Dr. R. Saidinathan, Dr. E. Harivaran, Dr. M. Rajkumar, Dr. A. R. Lenin, Dr. P. Madana Kumar, assistant professors in Department of Horticulture, all other staff members from horticulture and other departments, students, friends from various departments. Good morning, everyone. So it's my pleasure to participate in the horticulture virtual conference. So every week we are conducting at least one program minimum. In some weeks you are actually conducting more than 2 programs. So this is very good initiative from the Department of Agriculture as well as the IQAC. Actually, we introduced this particular concept to add some interface between industry and the academia, the students. So with this idea only we introduced it. But horticulture is a very, very important and foremost department which is taking this particular program to the highest level in the university. So no other department in the university are conducting this much programs. So to understand the quality of the program is actually very good. I actually saw all the reports of the program conducted by your department. It is really standard of international level. So if you see the composition of today's program, so you can see the words like innovative ways, new generation, key benefits, bioorganic, signaling and transport. So these are all the words actually given by UNO's SDG. So if you look into the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for the coming years, so you know that UNO is the prime organization which is issuing lots of ideas for development throughout the world. So related to education, they are telling the words like this. These types of words, benefits, signaling, innovative, new generation, experiential learning, then skill development, entrepreneurship. These are all the words frequently used by the UNO in their document. So we have inculcated all kinds of words used by the UNO in our virtual conference. So this is really the UNO's SDG. So in foreign countries, especially in USA, Canada, and in some European countries, their curriculum is designed like this. So the student can stay for about 6 months in their campus. For another 6 months or another 1 year, they may be traveling towards the world to learn various aspects. They are telling that is pure experiential learning. So in our country, like India, we can't move our students from one country to another country or one state to another state. But because of this virtual conference, we can connect them. We are getting the latest idea, latest trend which is happening in the industry. This is a very good initiative from this Department of Agriculture. So actually, this is the model for all other departments in the university. going non-stop in the Department of Horticulture. So I really appreciate the Department of Horticulture for giving support to such a type of programs organized by countries. So with these few words, I congratulate the organizers and the co-organizers for having given me the opportunity to meet you all here in this virtual conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Let us have the pleasure of listening to the inaugural address by our Honorable Dean, Dr. K.R. Sundara Varadarajan, Faculty of Arts. Please, sir.
Good morning. I'm extremely happy to stand in front of you inaugurating this virtual conference on innovative trends in horticulture protection. I congratulate the President and Head, Department of Horticulture, for continuously conducting. If I think there is a sports is going on, between a competition. So within a week, I attended 2 programs by agronomy and 2 programs by horticulture. It's a good sign. It's a good environment. So I congratulate the Professor and Head of Horticulture for meticulously planning and conducting a systematic. So these efforts are through the Director IQAC, Dr. Nambi, fortunately from our side. So he knows the problem of our agriculture very well, and he is also giving lot of preference for us. And we are really grateful to you, sir, for doing this type of contribution, which we can do. And we people also utilizing the contribution. That is the 2 things. One can provide and one can utilize the demand. If we meet, we get the optimum market price. So that is what we are doing here. And I congratulate the organizers, Dr. Suresh Kumar, Bharat Kumar, and Uma Maheshwari, and the co-organizing secretaries, Dr. Kandaswamy, Sanjay Rajan, Harivagan, Raj Kumar, Dani, Madana Kumari, and the speakers, and the senior professors, Dr. Tanpriya, and the Professor and Head of Agronomy, Dr. Himaya Varamai, so, and my dear students. Both the associate professors and all the students, it is extremely happy for me to share something about what is the innovative trends in horticultural protection. So when we look out of certain details about the scenario of India, what happened in both the agriculture and horticulture, for the first time we crossed the 300 million tons, 306.85 million tons of food grain production in agriculture sector is concerned. So we crossed, for the first time, we crossed more than 100 million tons. Already, rice has crossed. But for the last 1 decade, horticulture contribution to the total production is high. Last year, it was 306 million tons. This year, it has crossed 329.86 million tons, the total production of horticulture. Out of which, you may be well aware that vegetable alone contribute 192.86 million tons, and fruit contribute another 101.56 million tons of total production. So you know about the 3 important crops, what we call as TOP. Last year in the planning commission, we discussed about the importance and special attention was given on TOP. Isn't it? What is TOP, my dear students? Last year we talked a lot of things about TOP. Top. What is the top? Okay. If I am wrong, please, since it is all our own colleague and students, I just report. And last year we discussed about a separate policy issue has been made by the finance minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, separate the agriculture from TOP, that is starting by tomato, onion, and potato. The production of tomato is 21.65 million tons last year, whereas the onion crossed about 26 million tons, and potato is really high on 53.5 million tons. So they are thought these 3 TOP should achieve well in horticulture. So exclusively they allotted their money for that for the last 5 years because of the COVID and all. And you know, horticulture really, as I already said in agronomy, when all the sectors of Indian economy fail, agriculture sector proved it as a success. So we should thank our farmers. Similarly, in horticulture sector, all sectors gave a very good tremendous increase from 316 to 329. The only one sector in horticulture which failed from last year, 7.1% hit in the production is student. The only one sector which failed in horticulture in last year is floriculture. The decline is 7.1%. So when we think it of what are the innovative techniques which are available in horticulture for the forthcoming, which we are going to discuss as rightly pointed out by the IPS director and your head of the department, there are 4 or 5. The POP has advised some 5 areas where we should concentrate for increasing the production, the new trends. The one such one is, you know, familiar, the introduction of robotics, the artificial intelligence in this sector. When we talk in terms of artificial intelligence, the world topper is China, then followed by US, and third comes India. We are now going very fast in artificial intelligence, introducing the robotic, UAV, SAV. I can put lot of machineries in artificial intelligence, which they can plug, which can then identify which fruit is ripened, how to gain the fruit, how to pack, everything is done by the robotic. That is one of the innovative trends that are upcoming. The other upcoming trends you know very well, that is the precision horticulture and then the irrigation. The artificial intelligence, the precision irrigation, that is also now coming up because that is a main problem for us, the water. How to do that? So artificial intelligence itself gives there is no need for any. The labor is a major problem for us. To avoid this labor, when to irrigate, what fertigation we should give. If there is any insect, and I think entomology there is no very drones also they are using for systematically manually all the problems which happens in either in the field or either in the orchard. So lot of trends which are now emerging in horticulture. I think if we introduce, if we give some of the topic relevant to this type of one for the students, or if you are exposed to this type of arena, I think that is why they are just today we are going to see the innovative trends in the horticulture. So it is very quite interesting. It will be very useful for all the students and also for us to learn, because in our period there is no such a trend of drones and doing that, how to manage, how to maneuver the UAV and all nothing. But now it is coming up. My humble request is we should also say along the robotics, along the another couple of years, we should also see some type of drone, some type of robotics there in our agriculture, so that we will also fly along with the international trend. So keeping this one, this virtual conference, no doubt it will be certainly helpful to all of us, and by which everyone would be automatically your knowledge would be enriched. So I thank the authorities for giving the permission and also for inviting me to inaugurate this function. I inaugurate, and I think this program will be a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It will be my pleasure to invite Dr. R. Suresh Kumar, Organizing Secretary, Department of Horticulture, to elaborate about the workshop.
Respected fellow dean, Dr. K.S. Sir, and PPSC Director, Dr. K.S. Sir, and Dr. K. Haripriya Madam, and Professor and Head, Department of Agronomy, Dr. Sir, and my beloved professors, associate professors, and my colleagues and student friends. Very good morning to you all. So under IQLC, IQAD 21 is initiated to have an interface and interaction with students and industry. India is the second largest producer of fruits and vegetables, as you know, so after China. So to feed the dominant population of the country, so there is a need to develop horticulture in vibrant scale in commercial scenario. So recently, United Nations has declared 2021 as the International Year of Fruits and Vegetables, recognizing the importance of horticulture in global scenario. Now, the new innovations and technologies are developed in the horticulture technology for the benefit of farmers and consumers. To highlight the innovative trends in horticulture technology, we are organizing this international virtual conference on innovative trends in horticulture production, which gives open up a new vistas to all the UG, PG, and PhD scholars of our university and participants from other institutions. So we hope this conference will enlighten the current trends and future threats of horticulture production in India and overseas. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Now let us enter into the technical session. I request Dr. P. Kumari, Coordinating Secretary, to introduce our very first speaker of the day. Please, ma'am.
Pleasant good morning to all. It's my great pleasure to introduce Shara C. Kumar. She had completed her UG and PG program from University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. Got doctoral degree from Massey University, New Zealand. Completed her postdoctoral research from Clemson University, USA. Her career started as scholar teacher and then as college teacher in Sri Lanka. From 2012 to 2015, she was associated with Massey University, New Zealand. At present, she is working as assistant professor and program coordinator in Ohio University, USA. Her specialization is greenhouse and nursery management. She has more than 40 international publications. She had presented papers in more than 30 international conferences. She had given more than 10 lectures on hydroponics and crop production. She had conducted trainings and workshops on pedagogy, inspiring students for excellence, reduction of GMO, food, feed, and processed products. She had got many awards in recognition of her contribution to ornamental sector. We welcome you, madam, for your presentation on innovative ways to grow horticulture crops soilless. Please, madam.
Thank you very much for the introduction. So I think I can share the screen now, right?
Yeah, you can proceed.
So hello, am I good? Should I start the presentation? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Please wait for a moment, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, you can start, ma'am.
Okay, right. Hello, everybody. I cannot see the audience, but I think that should be fine. So thank you for the introduction. So what I'm going to talk about is some of the impacts of soilless agriculture that is in relation to the horticulture crop production. So again, thank you very much for asking me to speak at this conference. So it's very exciting to present in Asia. So just like the introduction, so just hold on a second, I need to get my screen. So just like I was introduced, I was born in Sri Lanka, so not far from most of you. And I did my PhD in New Zealand, and then I moved to Ohio State University. So along these different areas in studies and working and the research, I was primarily focused on the controlled environment agriculture. So which is why when it comes to my position at Ohio State University, what I'm really focused on is teaching students about the environmental control that you can do to get a really good crop production. At the same time, the general horticultural practices or production techniques that are there. My position is 70% teaching and 30% research. So I get to work on lots of crops, especially ornamental crops, as well as the vegetable crops that are grown in the greenhouses. So before I start the talk today, so I'm just posing this question about the challenges for agriculture. And I heard that previous speakers talk about this a little bit. Basically what our biggest challenge that is coming up in the future, as all of you are aware, is we have the really high number of growth in the population. At the same time, we are gradually losing the land that we can cultivate successfully. So with this context, the challenge for horticultural crops is more, as most of you are horticulturists, all of you are aware that we expect more from horticultural crops as compared to other agronomic crops such as rice or pulses. So basically, when it comes to horticulture, as all of you are aware that we are looking for more quality. In the flower crops, we are looking for really good looking flowers, no blemishes, no wilting. The same goes with most of our vegetable crops that we are growing. So when it comes to horticultural crops, basically we are working with packages of water so that in addition to the concerns regarding the agronomic crops, the post-harvest losses and all that, we have another layer to think about in horticultural crops, which is producing high quality crops for the consumers. Because people will not buy your flowers, your fruits or vegetables if there are any misshapen fruits, if there are damages on the flowers or the vegetables that they are purchasing. So the challenge for horticultural sector is more because of that. When we think about all the climatic changes that are taking place, the droughts, the flooding, as well as the poor quality soil. So along this line, what I'm going to talk about today, the latest technology that is available in the area of soilless crop production. So I will go through why we use lots of soilless growing media in most of the developing world and in the temperate regions. I will also talk about the soilless production systems or hydroponic crop production systems, ranging from small to large scale, and also the types of where can you grow these crops basically. And then I'll talk a little bit about the importance of hydroponic culture at this point in time in horticulture, as well as some of the challenges associated with this production technology. So moving on, I'll talk about the soil-based systems. I will just introduce to you because this is what we all know. We all know about soil-based production systems where we have our landscape horticulture, orchard, tree nurseries, vegetable production, cut flower production, lots of things going on in the outdoor, in the field. However, these soil-based systems in horticulture are really important, and some of these production system may not be suitable for soilless culture. However, when it comes to production of vegetables as well as the flower crops, there's very high potential to use soilless culture systems. So when we look at the agriculture, we need to also concern, and one of the key important aspects in horticulture crop production right now is a controlled environment agriculture. The basic reason is the need for high quality. The need for high quality, which can be managed by controlling the environment. When we take a look at this diagram, what I'm trying to show you is that the outside environment, the cultural practices, your cultivar selection, the root stocks, the production, the fertigation systems, there are many things that the outdoor production, outdoor producers do. However, when it comes to controlling the environment, we are now talking about beyond the general agricultural practices. So in the controlled environment agriculture, we are taking care of the atmospheric environment for our crops, the temperature, light, the carbon dioxide levels, all this is under our control. The same way, if you think about the root zone environment, the root zone temperature, the nutrients, water, the air, the substrate or the growing media, all this is these factors are controlled in the root zone. So this is basically a big area right now because you can grow crops, whether it's raining, whether it's flooding, or whether it's a drought outdoors, you can still grow crops when you have the controlled environment agriculture in place. Now, it's a big area, so I'm not going to talk about controlled environment agriculture today. I am going to talk about the root zone environment, which is part of the controlled environment, but basically how you take care of the root zone. So that is where it is really important to talk about soilless root media. Now, what's the problem with the soil? Soil is a very good growing media. There's nothing wrong with it. When the soil is in the ground and it is in good quality, yes, it's fine to work with. However, when it comes to controlled environment agriculture for decades, what the developing countries did is that they did the containerized crop production. When you are doing containerized crop production, if you are using soil, you are disturbing the soil and filling it into a container. So when you fill the soil into a container, you no longer have the soil structure, the porosity that it used to have. So because of that, what happened is that the people moved to the soilless growing media so that you can have the uniformity over time, because you don't dig soil from one area and then next day you will dig soil from another area and you have to get topsoil, which is not very much available. So instead of that, soilless growing media provide that uniformity over time in production. The next thing is that most of the containerized crops require handling. So then you needed a media which is lightweight, so easy to handle. So that it became a main concern. It was very easy to use soilless substrates. The mixing is easy, and you can do lots of amendments. You can mix two different types of substrates and make it more aerated, increase the water holding capacity of the soilless substrates. So all these factors led to use the soilless substrates for most of the containerized production. So although I'm showing the flower crops here, I'm not going to talk about the flower crops in the rest of the discussion. It's a very big area that I can talk lots on. So, and also I know in countries like India and Sri Lanka, flower crop production is not a major area in the horticultural crop category. So what I'm going to talk more today is about the vegetable crop production and applications of soilless growing media. So let's take a look at what are the types of soilless root media that is most commonly used in the world. So when it comes to soilless growing root media, we have organic root media, which comes from plants, and inorganic root media, which is basically some of the mineral-based root media or some of the factory-processed rooting media. So peat, bark, coconut coir. Peat bark is not very, you may not be very familiar with the peat and bark. However, coconut coir is widely available in Asian countries. Rice hulls are commonly available. Compost is commonly available. Wood fiber is the latest growing media that has come to the market. You basically grow trees and then you get the fiber to create a soilless substrate. There are inorganic growing media such as perlite, vermiculite. Again, it requires processing of certain rocks, and then sand, the foam and rock wool are again made in factories. So these different types of soilless substrates are available. The reason I have highlighted 4 different substrates here to show you that these are the substrates that are very commonly used in vegetable production. The rest of the substrates are heavily used in the ornamental production. So the selection of substrates basically depends on the type of crop that you are growing and the production system. So what I'm going to talk next is about the hydroponic crop production techniques, which are the most commonly available technique for production of vegetable crops indoors. So the hydroponic basically means water and labor, hydro and ponos in Latin. So if you take a look at what is the definition of hydroponics, it would say that it's the growing of plants in the nutrient solution with or without an inert media. So when you say inert media, it's not soil, because soil have nutrients. Soil can have water holding capacity, high water holding capacity, can release certain cations and anions from time to time. So the inert medium does not provide you with nutrients. So the reason for the development of hydroponic techniques then, okay, you don't get any nutrients from your media, so what's the use then? So the primary function of the substrate in these situations is to provide the mechanical support for the plant. So you provide the mechanical support, then how do you provide the water and nutrients? It is by continuously supplying the nutrients and water to the root zone. So in this simple example that you see in this cover, you can see the root systems are partially submerged in the water. So it provides the water and the nutrients to the root system in the nutrient solution. Part of the root system is hanging in a very high moist air so that they are not drying out. So basically substrate is this this little foam that you see here that is just to hold the plant while it is propagating, while it is starting from seed and becoming a seedling. So this type of production systems are called as liquid cultures, but don't think that it's only the liquid cultures that are called hydroponic. But if you have a soilless substrate that does not provide any nutrients, that can be also considered as hydroponics according to this definition. So what are our advantages of using? Okay, you are forgetting the benefits of soil, providing, you forget the benefits of soil basically in terms of the nutrient availability as well as the water holding capacity. So what are you trying to gain here is that when you think about our fertilizers, you apply them as complex compounds. However, in the nutrient solution, we know that these complex compounds can be disintegrated into individual lines. For example, let's say you have calcium nitrate, it can, when you dissolve this in water, it can form into calcium and nitrate. So that is what basically the roots absorb. So in the hydroponic crop production system, your primary objective is to provide the nutrients in the right quantities directly to the root system as frequently as possible. So in this example, this is a liquid culture system. You can see the root system is bare and it's just submerged in water. So the root system gets the nutrients directly from this water reservoir. So that is the basic concept of hydroponic crop production. Why it is popular? Because your root media is not providing any nutrients, you know exactly what your plant requires and what you are providing for your plant. So you have very high control over your root zone nutrients as well as water. So this is just the basic principle behind the production practices. What I am going to do now is to talk about the different production systems that are available in hydroponics. So how these crops are produced is basically what I'm going to talk about next. When it comes to different hydroponic systems, you have two different categories: the liquid culture hydroponic systems, where we have deep water culture systems, the nutrient film technique, and the aeroponics, which I am going to explain to you in the next few slides. There's also production systems, which are substrate-based production systems, which means you do need a substrate to hold the plant because you grow crops which are very large and you grow them for a very long period of time. So tomatoes, peppers, cucumbers, fruit crops, you grow for a longer period of time. You cannot use liquid cultures because the root systems need a very strong support. So there are two different systems that are currently popular. There are many other systems. So I will talk about these two systems in the coming slides. So if you do have questions, I think we are going to answer later. And also feel free to insert any questions to the chat box. Okay, so let's talk about how these crops are produced. So deep water culture system basically means your root system is submerged in a very large reservoir of water. So at the beginning of this production, here's when you have a seedling. So you have a seedling and you have a little bit of growing media here, and you set it up in such a way the lower part of this substrate is in touch with the nutrient solution. So with the capillary action, the substrate is taking up some of the nutrients. Excuse me, I just recovered from a cold. Okay, so what happens with the development of the root system is that the roots will be taking up water and the nutrients, so the water level goes down. Now you have a layer of air space which provides the aeration for the root system. Whereas this lower part of the root system, which is submerged, will be getting the water and nutrients. So these are deep water culture systems, because we work with very large quantities of water. Now, the next, what I'm going to do is that showing you very smaller versions of the deep water culture systems as well as the larger versions of the deep water culture systems. So this is our greenhouses at ATI. You can see this is a simple plastic tot, which is filled with the nutrient solutions, and you can use the lid to hold the plants. You can see here this nutrient solution is getting mixed, and what happens at the next stage is that we can start growing various types of crops. You can see there's lettuce, there's kale and collard growing in these systems. Very simple technique. And very easy to do. And this does not require any electricity. It's just mixing of proper quantities of nutrient solution. And from time to time, just circulating the nutrient solution with a stick. That's all we did to get this crop. There are other systems where the nutrient solution, the plants are floating on the nutrient solution. They are also deep water culture systems. But the difference is that there's a platform and you can stack the plants onto the platform and then it will be floating on the nutrient solution. In this system, the difference is that because there's no layer of air on top of the nutrient solution in between the plants, you have to provide the aeration for the root zone because the roots will die if there's no proper aeration. And just like in the previous system, there's no air space to provide that air for the root system. So it's important that you provide it. So what is this air stone? It's basically what you find in the fish tanks. To aerate the fish tanks, you use air stone. It's the same principle that is being used here. So these are also deep water culture systems. The difference is that plants are floating on the surface. So again, here's an example of a simple floating system. You can see this is the reservoir of nutrient solution. The plants are, again, you can see there's the lid. This is a styrofoam lid, which will be floating on this nutrient solution. So again, a very simple version of deep water culture systems. You also find this in commercial greenhouses. Here's an example of a commercial grower who is using deep water culture systems. You can see his lettuce production. This is basically, you have benches, and in these benches, you have this lining which covers the which prevents any leaking of the nutrient solution. What you see here is these pipes that are there to provide aeration for the root zone. Again, this is a floating system, as you can see here. This is a styrofoam lid, and this is just, as you can see, roots are basically floating in the nutrient solution. Next, what I'm going to show you is a large-scale commercial greenhouse, which is basically these, sorry, I think I'm just flipping the slide. I should not be using the mouse. So what you see here is very large concrete tanks, which are filled with, again, the nutrient solution, the fertilizer solution. You can see these are styrofoam sheets, which are again floating on the surface. So basically there's about many lettuce and basil growing in this environment. So this is just a showcase of what you can do in small scale, medium scale, and into the large scale of commercial production of deep water culture systems. Now moving on to other types of production systems in hydroponic crops, the nutrient film technique is a very popular technique currently in US. What you do here is that you have a storage tank of nutrient solution. So it is being pumped up, and this is a channel with these different the leafy greens, and you can see they are. You can use a very small amount of growing medium to propagate, and then you can use these channels to hold the plants in place. So what happens is that the nutrient solution is recirculating. Very efficient technique when it comes to preserving water as well as the nutrients, because this is circulating. There's no drainage. As a result of that, you are not wasting any water during the production cycle. Just like I said, very popular system because of this high efficiency of nutrients and water. You can find these systems. These are the systems that we have at our university, the small scale ones and also the large scale ones. As you can see, these are the individual channels, and these channels can be connected to a nutrient reservoir like what you see here. And this will be running constantly. The challenge, of course, is that you need to have electricity to run the nutrient film technique. Deep water culture systems, it's not always required. You only require the electricity to run the aeration pumps when you want to aerate the nutrient solution. So this is a very good example of a system that is recirculating. Again, here are some of the examples of commercial greenhouses that practice nutrient film technique. You can see the channels here. So this entire greenhouse has one giant nutrient reservoir, nutrient tank that is connected to this all these channels are getting connected to. So the recirculation of nutrient solution is there. And this is Great Lakes Rovers, another greenhouse, again, very large scale commercial greenhouse that has the nutrient film technique. What are the crops that you can grow in these techniques? When it comes to deep water culture system that I showed you before with large quantities of water, or if it is a nutrient film technique with a thin layer of water beneath your plant, both these systems are highly suitable for leafy green production systems. You may ask why. One of the reasons is because as you can see, the channels are set up in such a way you cannot hold a lot of substrate. So you can only hold a little bit of substrate. So you can only grow crops that can grow for a short period of time. And there's another reason. When you are recirculating nutrient solution, the nutrient solution composition changes over time with what the plant is taking up. So as a result of that, at the end of the production systems, after about 4 weeks or so, you can no longer use that nutrient solution because there's high levels of various other salts that can get accumulated. So shorter time crops are highly suitable for these both deep water and the nutrient film technique production system. So there's various crops that the growers, the various greenhouse businesses focus on in US right now. So again, lettuce, this is kale, you can see spinach here, basil, a very popular crop, arugulas, and you can also have different mixes of various leafy greens grown together in these systems. Next production system that I'm going to talk about is aeroponics. I'm going to talk this in brief because this is not a very widely used technique. The difference of the aeroponics is that instead of a layer of water underneath your root system, now you are just misting the root system. So aeroponics is very common when you are growing vertically. Now, why would you grow vertically? So not all the areas in the world have very high levels of land. Even there are not enough space to build large greenhouses. So in that situation, people would like to grow vertically so that they can get more production from a square meter area. So you can see these are aeroponic towers where you can grow crops vertically. And as a result of that, you can save plenty of space. So this is a very attractive system in urban crop production. So the crop production in cities, when you want to grow crops basically and supply their produce to the neighborhoods. So this is a situation where aeroponic farms are popping up because of the lack of space to grow crops. Here's an example of aeroponic farm that is in New York. You can see this is not even a greenhouse. This is basically a giant warehouse that is converted to basically a plant factory. So these are aeroponic setup. You can see now you need to use artificial lighting. You no longer have lighting when you are growing indoors. So this is that process of using an existing building and converting it to produce crops. Again, what is the focus here? This is to provide various greens for the people in the New York, and this is urban agriculture. So this is one of the key differences that you see in aeroponic systems. You always see them being used in vertical growing situations. Now, don't think that the nutrient film technique and deep water culture system, that those systems cannot be used indoors. Those systems are also used indoors in controlled environment agriculture to produce crops. And I'll show you some pictures later on. So now we focused on the liquid culture systems. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about the substrate culture systems. Now I told you that liquid culture systems are basically suitable for most of the leafy greens, where the crops that we eat, most of the times the consumption is a vegetative part of the crop. The substrate culture systems are basically for fruit vegetables. Why? Because you need to grow them for a long time. You have to have the vegetative phase and then you have the reproductive phase, and it takes longer to grow. So in most of the current production systems, you see very high levels of tomatoes, peppers, cucumbers, fruit crops like strawberries are being grown in this system. So I'm going to talk about these systems, the Dutch or beta bucket system and the gutter systems of substrate-based production systems. So in these systems, the most common growing media that is currently being used is coconut coir, perlite, and of course, foam and rock wool are also used depending on the production system. So now I'm going to talk about the Dutch bucket systems. So this is a very easy system to adapt. So just having some containers filled with substrate, and you can grow tomatoes or various other crops. What is the difference then as compared to a container? You fill a container growing a pepper versus what is the difference between this production system? Is that just like I mentioned before, you use an inert substrate. And now you irrigate your crop every hour so that making sure your crop is provided with the right amount of nutrient solution. And the plants that you grow in these systems are not determinate plants, they are indeterminate plants, so that you can grow these plants continuously over and over again for many months. In the United States, the production system for Beto or Dutch bucket or any of the substrate-based production systems, you would grow a crop of tomatoes for about 9 to 11 months in a greenhouse. So you have basically 2 plants in this very small container and frequently provided with the nutrient solution. And you can successfully produce and get fruits for about 9 to 11 months. So you are basically using the same substrate for a very long period of time. And as you can see here, another thing that we do is that we train these crops to the roof, and you can train them. Once they reach the roof, you can lower the vine and you can train them around the full system. So by doing so, you are constantly using these crops. And at the end of the production cycle, these vines are about 30 feet long. So this is one of the very common production systems that you have for fruit crops. Now, don't think that you need these Dutch buckets to do this same thing. Because when I was in Sri Lanka, we also did a similar production system. We basically grew peppers and tomatoes in bags. In black plastic bags. You can do the same thing and provide nutrient solutions very frequently for your crops. And that is very similar to this production system. So it's basically the automated irrigation system is really essential in countries like US, because the labor cost is very, very high. So because of that, most of these systems are automated. Basically, you set up a timer and the irrigation will happen. So let's talk about why these are called high wire crops. And just like I told you, you train these plants using these twines to the roof. And once they reach the top, you would lower it down. And you can see this is our greenhouse at ATI. You can see one of my students are training this. So you basically need to use ladders or lifts by the time these plants reach the roof. And you can see these stems right here is when you are training these plants around the system so that you can grow them for a very long period of time. Please let me know if I am running out of time, because my time is different from US. So next I will talk about the gutter systems. Now this is slightly different from the Dutch bucket systems, where we use these slabs, coconut coir or rock wool slabs. So you see most of the coconut coir slabs are produced in countries like India, Sri Lanka, which is available to purchase in US right now, which is used in this type of gutter system. So you have a gutter, and then on top of that, you would place your slabs, and then you can grow tomatoes and peppers and so on. So this is a very classic example how you would see the tomatoes ready to harvest in this type of production systems. Now, there's another important aspect that we see in terms of hydroponic greenhouse production. So in US also, the expansion of hydroponic crop production for vegetables is very, very recent. For example, if you think about what is out there in the market right now, at the very beginning, 25 years ago, there's about only 0.5% of the tomatoes came from hydroponic crop production. Right now, if you go to the grocery stores in US, 60% of the production is from hydroponic crop production facility. So it's the vegetable, the source of vegetables is gradually changing in US. There's more and more hydroponic produce that is becoming the main method of crop production for some of the high demanding crops such as cucumbers, tomatoes, and some of the specialty peppers, as well as some of the leafy greens or salad mixes and things like that. Now, some of you may be interested in aquaponics. So aquaponics is very popular because it looks sustainable, because you have the fish and you can use the fish waste as fertilizer to grow the plants. However, this is a very complex system. It looks like you have just two organisms, fish and the plants. However, it is not the case. You also need nitrifying bacteria to the fish waste needs to be converted to simplified forms of nitrates and ammonia. So in order to this process, we need the nitrification. So you need to make sure that you also have the right conditions for the bacteria. So in aquaponic production systems, you have to provide right conditions for the fish, plants, as well as the bacteria. So I would not recommend for somebody who is starting to learn hydroponics to do aquaponics. I would say learn hydroponics, also learn aquaculture, and then you can combine the two systems. Because it's a very complex system, you need to provide the conditions that are suitable for all these three organisms. Again, a system that is very, very appealing because it looks very sustainable for many of the people. What I'm going to talk next is about where you can grow hydroponic crops. Because I talked about the controlled environment. Sometimes controlled environment can be a challenge for developing countries because that requires certain initial investments. So let's take a look at what type of growing environments we can use the hydroponic crops, because the control in the atmospheric environment provides very high benefits for a grower. So in most situations, the greenhouses are the most popular, of course, because the temperate world needs to heat the greenhouses. The greenhouses is one of the most popular concepts because in the winter time, such as now, we can't grow anything outdoors. So in greenhouses, you can grow things. So the greenhouses are basically the most primary, the most popular method. And then you have the indoor farms. So basically, it's not just the greenhouses. Now, what's going on in many of the countries is that, just like I told you before, the food crop production and availability land is a problem. So some people are converting any building, abandoned building. It could be their garage. It could be an abandoned warehouse in the cities. They are converting right now and growing crops indoors with the use of hydroponic crop production systems. You can see here, these are basically deep water culture system. This is one of my students who is the grower in this production facility. And they are basically using the lighting, because you don't have lighting and you go indoors. So you have to use lighting, which is LEDs, which is a little bit energy efficient as compared to other forms of lighting. So this is again increasing rapidly in most of the cities in the United States. What are other applications of the hydroponic crop production technology? This is one of my colleagues, Dr. Peter Ling. So he's been working with NASA to develop use the hydroponic techniques for space explorations. In fact, we recently finished a project with a student looking at what are the most doable hydroponic production systems that we can propose for space travel. Again, of course, you cannot use soil. There are lots of contaminations. So how do you use minimum amount of substrate? So in this type of applications. Now, although I'm talking about all these different controlled environments, I should point out to you something very, very important. This is one of my research that I did while I was in Sri Lanka. This is in Anuradhapura, which is a very, very dry part in Sri Lanka. So this is just a high tunnel. This is just an insect net, what you see here. So this is just covered. There's a plastic sheet on top for the roof, but surrounding this area is just an insect screen. These are styrofoam boxes. You can see this is after transplanting of lettuce. I don't have a really clear picture of this. However, you can see this the lettuce production in the dry zone of Sri Lanka. And we also did a comparison with outdoor production, which is a very, very low yield. And you can grow a really successful crop production. This is a very high temperature time, about 95 degrees on certain days. But you can see the lettuce crop here. And this is certainly a really important production system. Because we didn't use any electricity here. We would just circulate the nutrient solution with a stick, that's it. And you can see the quality that you can maintain with this, because the plants are not experiencing any water shortage in this situation. Here's another application of hydroponic crop production. We did a study abroad Ghana project about 2 years ago. Basically, we introduced the hydroponic production techniques, the simpler forms of technique for the villages in Ghana. A similar situation to Sri Lanka. They also didn't have a very long rainy season. They have a rainy season and there's a very big, long period of drought. So again, this is a very good technique. You can see these leaves, which are not lettuce. So these are the types of leaves that the Ghanaians eat. Again, these are not indoors. These are just outdoors. So the reason for this introduction is that what I'm especially pointing out to you here is that sometimes it's not the commercial production. These are very, very applicable for home gardeners. When you want to increase the nutritive quality of household, if they don't have access to leafy greens or leaf vegetables for significant part of the year. Because once you find water and set this nutrient solution tank, you don't need to add more water from time to time. It's just you adjust the nutrient solution, because this tank, once you fill it, that is sufficient for the entire production cycle of these crops, which could be about 3 to 4 weeks or even more, depending on the type of crop. The only difficulty that we found with this experience is that, however, if you have goat or cattle, that is the difficulty, that you have to figure out a way to prevent them from eating your crop. So the hydroponic applications are not just, again, for commercial production. It's very widely used in commercial applications. However, there's very, very high potential to introduce high quality vegetables, also to increase the nutritional value of the crops, of the meals or the food that the people are eating. So let's now move on to why the food crops, hydroponic food crops, are important. In the temperate countries or in the developing countries, with the production techniques that we have here, the production is 20 to 30 times more as compared to outdoor production. So basically, high productivity is going to be hugely important for us in the future. As the population increase, the amount of land area is decreasing. What we are focused on, even with our breeding programs, is increasing the yield, increasing the quality. Here we are talking about a production technology that is increasing the yield and the quality. So now one of the most important aspects why this is popular is primarily because of the high yield that you can get, and you can grow all year round when they use the greenhouses. And you can get multiple harvests, very fast production cycles, because you give everything that the plants need. You can grow at a very high density, and you can see it from these slides, how close these plants are spaced out. That's another thing that leads to high productivity in these systems. The production is year-round, very easy to predict timing and the prices. So you can keep the market and you can keep the customers happy. The quality is very, very important for horticulture crops. We all know that. So the growing in this environment, you can grow very high quality crops. Sometimes even you can minimize the pesticides depending on what type of growing structures that you have, the controlled environment structures that you have. The packaging is also very easy because your product is very clean. And one of the very important aspects that you see, and sometimes people don't realize, is the efficient use of water and fertilizer because of the ability to recycle water in most of the systems. In the commercial greenhouses here, they save 85% of the water as compared to the outdoor production because of this recycling ability. So that the amount of wastage that you send, for example, if you fertilize a crop, what happens is that part of the fertilizer is being used by your crop and the rest of the fertilizer is going to be drained, sometimes into the groundwater systems. So here, what is another benefit is that you are trying to minimize that wastage from these production systems. When you grow indoors, it allows the pest and disease control. So now, instead of most of the harmful pesticides, one of the key areas developing is biological control. And that is very easy to do when you have a confined space. And also because we are not using soil, there's no soil-borne pathogens in that situation. Food safety, you can practice very efficient food safety. Again, when you grow in soil, sometimes there's splashing of soil and mud and you have to clean it. And in most of the greenhouses in US, they don't wash their produce because it is very clean, because you don't use any substrates in some of these production systems. One of the interesting things that are happening right now is the local food availability is becoming very, very popular in US. As a result of that, now people are starting to build greenhouses very closer to the grocery stores, the markets, as well as sometimes very closer to the restaurant so that they can directly sell their produce. If you think about the post-harvest situation, it is not really good in Sri Lanka. I believe it must be same in India. There's lots of post-harvest damage on crops during shipping. So here, but one of the other advantages is that you reduce the shipping miles, and as a result of that, the extent of damage during post-harvest shipping and storage is less. It is not that there are no challenges for hydroponic crop production. One of the biggest challenges is the initial investments. It's also a problem in US because anybody who wants to get into the industry, they need to have this protected environment. Now, unlike India and Sri Lanka, where you have really good growing environment temperature throughout the year, in US, in the winter, you cannot grow any crops, which is why you need protected environments, which is not the issue in some of the other countries. So because you import lots of investments, again, you cannot sell your produce at a very low price. So you have to grow high value crops when it comes to hydroponic production. And most of the systems need energy inputs. So that is the other area of concern. And we also find that people need lots of management skills to run these systems, good understanding of plant growth. In these production systems, there's less chance for error as compared to soil-based production systems. Any electric failure can completely, you will lose the crops. And as a result of that, the person who is handling these crops need to be very, very knowledgeable. Because if there are any changes in pH, if you provide very high levels of fertilizer, your plant can damage more as compared to a soil-based growing system. So one of the key things that we do at Ohio State University at the Agricultural Technical Institute is that we train our students to work in this field. Not just in hydroponic crop production for vegetable crops, but also for flower crops. So our program is basically provide them the science behind growing crops in the controlled environments, as well as to provide them with the hands-on experience of growing all these crops. Okay, so I'm just about to finish, so I have just a couple of more slides. I also do research in this area in the nutrient optimization for the leafy greens. This is one of my research greenhouses. So what I mainly focus on is further fine-tune the nutritional recipes for hydroponic produce, especially for the leafy greens, to provide better solutions for the farmers. At the same time, when it comes to substrates, perlite is a very common substrate that is being used in crop production. What we are trying now is to provide more sustainable substrates to replace some of these perlite-like substrates, which are based off of mostly factory processed products and which are not biodegradable. So these are a couple of things that I do at ATI, and please feel free to ask any questions. I think I may have used all the time, or if some of you can tell me whether I have more time or not, that will be great.
Ma'am, there is questions from the student side, ma'am. Is there any possibilities to grow crops organically through hydroponic systems?
That's a very good question. Is the issue with the organic fertilizers. So the hydroponic crop production systems were developed for synthetic fertilizers because you can provide the correct amount of fertilizers to the root zone and you can get a really good produce. You can use organic fertilizers, but you may not see that very high yield comparative to the synthetic fertilizers. It's not that you cannot do it, you can do it, but there could be a yield difference. The reason is that in the organic fertilizers, you cannot maintain that consistency of the nutrients. Your macronutrients and micronutrients can vary from time to time. Your sample can come from different greenhouse, and some other samples can come from different farms. So your nutrient composition may change. So with the organic fertilizers, the problem is that the consistency of the organic fertilizers, and you should have the right quantity of macro and micronutrients to get the same production as compared to synthetic fertilizers. Now, saying that, it's not that it cannot be done, it is done. And in some of these greenhouses, what you see is that there's about, let's say, 80% of the production is synthetic with the synthetic fertilizers, 20% of the production is with the organic fertilizers.
Thank you, ma'am. We have another question, ma'am.
I can see some questions in the chat screen. Yes, it's about the organic fertilizers. I already answered that. Can we grow a crop like turmeric, which is sensitive to water, using hydroponics? I would say, yes, turmeric is a really nice crop for substrate production systems, which is, I showed you with the dash bucket and beta bucket system, or just like I said, they can be grown successfully in containers. The NFT system, the deep water culture systems are not suitable for production of turmeric. So turmeric and ginger grows very successfully in substrate-based production systems, and they really like the aerated growing media that we have with the soilless culture. So it's a really good crop, because we have started growing ginger in our greenhouses recently. I have another questions. How about hydroponic products are reduced shipping and easy packaging? Okay, so the reduced shipping cost is because, for example, in countries like US, if you think about Ohio where we live, if we need to eat any fresh vegetables during winter time, we need to ship these from Florida or from California, which is very, very far away. So very far away places we get our lettuce shipped from. Now, if you grow hydroponic crops using the greenhouses in Ohio, this shipping cost is not there because it's locally produced. So basically it's locally produced. That is why it is reduced in shipping cost. Easy packaging is because you don't require lots of washing, sanitation of your produce because it's already grown under very sanitized conditions in the greenhouses. Any field crops suitable for hydroponic crop production? I would say horticultural crops are suitable for hydroponic crop production, not agronomic crops. If you think about field crops, we have grown beans in hydroponic systems. Any high value crop. For example, if I share something about, about Sri Lanka, vegetable prices are increasing. In most of the times, it's one of the biggest expenses that you have to pay in a household. For example, let's say green chilies. Green chilies are very expensive right now, which is a very easy crop to adapt to hydroponic systems. So many of the vegetable crops that you are growing outdoors right now, if they are high value, they can be grown in hydroponic systems. Why I say high value is because you have to pay at a premium. You have to sell at a premium because you are spending certain amount of money for these equipments and substrates and so on. Growing flower crops can be done. All the ornamental crops that you see in the garden centers in United States are grown using soilless substrates. So none of those crops, except for tree crops, are grown tree crops are grown in soil substrates with soil, but all the other crops, the shrubs, the annual flowering plants such as geraniums, petunias, everything is grown in soilless substrates. Again, very easy to manage. The root zone management is very, very easy. So containerized crop production for flowers, or if you are doing cut flowers in such as in the raised beds, you can use soilless substrates.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, I think I should stop sharing, right?
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, yeah.
Ma'am, I have a question. I'm a scholar from Annamala University doing my vegetable science in PhD.
Yeah.
Ma'am, I have done my research on brinjal crop using the substrate as square pith during my master's degree. And what I have observed is from your PPT, I have told about the coir pith, which is been imported from India and Sri Lanka to use as organic substrate for growing the crops. But during my research, what I observed is, since it's an organic substrate, it influences the crop growth either positive or negatively when compared to the perlite or some other inorganic substrates. Even the salts get sedimented with the coir pith also. Even I cannot reuse the coir pith as like the perlite. So how it's possibly to use the coir pith as a substrate in foreign countries?
So you said the salt level increase in the substrate? I didn't hear some of the sections. I didn't hear, but what I understood is that you grew brinjal with the use of coir-based substrate, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you experienced increasing salt levels?
Salt sediment from the coir pith, ma'am.
Yeah, so one thing that you need to do in the substrate cultures is that this is how all the containerized crop production is done. You need to drain the solution from time to time. So you need to provide clear water in between your fertigation cycles because it's natural, the buildup of salts. But our recommendation, especially with the ornamental crops, is that you irrigate 4 times and then you would use clear water. No fertilizers, and you put clear water. That is to prevent buildup of salts. The salts builds up because if there's no drainage, any excess fertilizer that is not absorbed by the root system tend to accumulate in the substrate. So which is why the draining the substrate is important. So these systems are developed in such a way that there's always draining. The advantage of draining is that, however, most of the high-tech greenhouses have the recirculation. But if you don't have recirculation, it's okay, because our greenhouses, the teaching greenhouses, they don't have recirculation. So how we manage how high salt accumulation is with providing clear water from time to time. So, or you can adjust your fertilizer solution strength. You can lower the strength of the fertilizer, and that way also you can manage that situation. Is that, that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Now I request Dr. M. Rajkumar, co-organizing secretary, to thank the speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Usar. Given an elaborate information and interesting high-tech soil vegetable cultivation, which are very useful for our students and our research scholars. We, on behalf of our organizing country, we thank you for spending your valuable time in the evening and all hours of the day. Your presentation is excellent. It will be very useful for the students. And also, I thank my friend, Mr. Kumarapan, for introduction and excellent speaker to our international conference. Once again, I thank you. Thank you, Dr. Usara.
Yeah.
Hope everything
It was very nice speaking to you all, and thank you for the opportunity. Okay, have a good rest of the day. So I'm leaving now.
May I now request Dr. R. Senthilnathan, Co-Organizing Secretary, to introduce our next speaker. Please, sir.
Good morning to all. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our next session speaker, Dr. A. Ramesh Kumar, Associate Professor, Department of Horticulture, Central University of Tamil Nadu, Thiruvarur, who is going to talk to us about an overview of new generation plant growth regulators. He has completed BSc Horticulture in the year 1996, MSc Horticulture in 1999, and PhD Horticulture in the year 2005 at Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, Coimbatore. About 17 years of experience in teaching, research, and extension activities, and he was very specialized in fruit crops and precision at horticulture. Dr. A. Ramesh Kumar was recipient of many awards, fellowships during his career. He received Student Senior Research Fellow, Foreign Funded Fellowship, which was given by Kali and South Germany from 2002 to 2004. In the year 2008, he got a gold medal for excellent oral presentation in National Conference on Perspectives and Present Scenario in Plant Research held at Institute of Science, Mumbai. In 2010, he got an award for the book entitled Panai Palmera, given by Madras Agriculture Students Association. He received many awards for best oral presentation in conferences and conducted at various parts of India. In the year 2019, he was appreciated by giving M.S. Swaminathan Best Agriculture Scientist Award. Tamil Nadu Scientific Research has given this award. He has done a great job in transfer of technology through mass media. He delivered a wonderful talk on roof garden and portrait nursery in All India Radio, Pondicherry. While he was working in KVK Virudhachalam, his program was telecasted in Makkal TV, live telecast of roof garden, vegetable growing in terrace garden, techniques to enhance yield in cashew, roof garden, medicinal garden for home, crop management practices for watermelon, was also telecasted in DTK Podigai, Ponvilayam Bhumi. This was the great service rendered to the farming communities by Dr. Ramesh Kumar. He has completed 8 research projects and participated in various seminars, conference, trainings. He has delivered 64 invited lectures and guided many PG students. 45 research papers in peer-reviewed journals, 18 books, 12 book chapters, and 21 teaching manuals covering various aspects of horticulture have been contributed by Dr. A. Ramesh Kumar, who was literally support to the broad domain of horticulture. So with this introduction, let me invite Dr. A. Ramesh Kumar to deliver his lecture. Yes, sir. Now it is your turn, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. And very good morning to everyone. I think, am I audible? Hello, please respond.
Sir, you can proceed.
Okay. I hope am I audible to everyone, and my presentation is visible to everyone. And let me thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to have a talk on an overview of new generation plant growth regulators in this special international conference which is being held at Annamalai University through the virtual mode. I'll be talking on the new generation plant growth regulators, specifically on the major new PGRs like jasmonic acid, salicylic acid, BR, then the morphactins. And in these the new PGRs, some basic information, then their the biosynthetic pathways, then of course the applied aspects, that is the physiological or the biological functions in the major horticulture crops. So this is my way of a presentation in this topic. And finally, I will be touching some of the other new generation PGRs, which are having some specific role in many of our horticulture crops. So I'll be touching on these the new generation PGRs, salicylic acid, BR, jasmonic acids, polyamines, morphactins, and other these things. Generally, you know, the plant growth regulators or the organic substances, when they are capable of bringing out various physiological and biochemical changes, when they are applied at very, very minute concentrations. And generally they are naturally synthesized, or sometimes they are synthesized artificially and exogenously applied over the different crop systems, so that we can witness the various biological functions, starting from the growth and development to the yield maximization, enhancing the quality of produce, besides imparting the stress tolerance in horticulture crops. I understand that most of the very well-known growth regulators like auxin, GA, then the cytokinin and other compounds, they brought out many the growth and developmental functions. Majorly they brought up these the functions in croplands. But the so-called new generation PGRs, they also bring some the growth and development, the improvement. Besides, they contribute more towards stress protection. So that is imparting the stress against biotic factors and abiotic factors. So because the horticulture crops are increasingly being threatened by the biotic factors like pest and diseases and abiotic factors, mainly the drought and heat, then the cold stress, particularly in the temperate species. So let me start with the first new generation, the chemical, that is salicylic acid. Actually, this was used as aspirin commercially for treating the fever and headache in a human being. And initially, it was extracted from a wild tree species known as white willow. Then actually, its function is being attributed by the presence of the salicylic acid as an active ingredient in that component. Then very, very long back, Hippocrates wrote about its utility for the human being as well as the plant species. And in the year 1979, it was observed that the salicylic acid treated leaves, they had the minimum disease index in their the leaf lamina. So also, the endogenous signal defense mechanism is also contributed by the application of salicylic acid. So coming to its biosynthetic pathway, so far the two different major pathways has been recorded. So one is the cyclic acid pathway, another one is the phenylalanine ammonia lyase pathway, that is PAL pathway. Here in the first pathway, cyclic acid, the precursor is cycmate, and from that The corismate was the another intermediary compound, and from the corismate, isocorismate was synthesized. Then finally, it was converted into salicylic acid. And in the second pathway, the the pathway, phenylalanine lyase pathway, this is more a pathway which is more related to the plant defense mechanism. So here again, the phenylalanine was the starting material, and the intermediary compounds in this pathway are the trans-cinnamic acid and the benzoic acid. So ultimately, the benzoic acid is converted into the salicylic acid. So this the pathways has been sensed in the plant species like Arabidopsis, rice, soybean, and the tobacco. Coming to the the physiological effects of salicylic acid. So far, it has been reported that an array of the effects has been carried out by salicylic acid in plant system. It starts with the growth and development, then the seed germination, then the enhancing the nodulation in leguminous crops, regulation of the stomatal aperture, particularly during the stressful situations, then the thermotolerance, that is imparting the temperature tolerance at both extreme temperature, too high and too low temperatures. Then generally it induces the immune response to the biotic and abiotic stresses. Then it regulates the respiration during the stress. Then ultimately it enhances the fruit yield and the senescence of the harvested produce is also minimized when the salicylic acid is applied over its different the post-harvest stages. Here, the important role of salicylic acid in plant defense mechanism is the SAR, that is called ISR, that is called induced systemic resistance. When it is naturally synthesized or exogenously applied, the plant gets the immune system gets boosted by inducing the resistance within the plant system. See here, when it is applied, either the foliar spray or the soil drenching or the root feeding or the root dipping, whatever may be the mode of application. Here finally, the salicylic acid treatment resulted in accumulation of more PR proteins. PR proteins are nothing but the proteins which are contributing for the development of immunity or the resistance. That is called a PR protein. Here the salicylic acid treatment leads to the accumulation of more pathogen related protein, so that enhances the plant immune system. So in the horticulture crops like the strawberry and other crops, and even in amaranthus, the leafy vegetable. So when the salicylic was applied in amaranthus, particularly leafy vegetable, it was observed that the total phenol content and antioxidant content and everything was found increasing in the leaves. So that indicated its the usefulness in enhancing the immune system. Similarly, in strawberry also, the Mohammed and his co-workers in 2017 carried out a research by using the salicylic acid as foliar spray at 3 millimolar concentration, and they have found that it increased the vegetative growth, then the number of flower clusters, and brought out earliness of flowering in the strawberry, which were treated with the salicylic acid. Here we can see the biological functions of salicylic acid in tomato in two different the modes of the application. So in both modes, it's equally brought out similar effects. So when the salicylic acid was applied as foliar application, as well as the seed priming treatment, both the treatment in tomato brought out almost similar the responses in respect of the growth parameters, fruit yield characters, then quality parameters and the physiological parameters. So in both the treatment, the plant height, leaf area, dry matter production, then the yield parameters like the fruits, number of fruits, then the fruit yield, then the quality parameters like the color accumulation, then TSS, the pH, were found to be increasing when salicylic acid was applied as foliar spray or the seed priming treatment. Besides the physiological parameters, the SPAD value, which is having more correlation with the photosynthetic efficiency. Here, the SPAD value was the maximum when salicylic acid was treated in tomato. So here again, the role of salicylic acid has been studied in the vegetable crops like bean and tomato. Here they tested the salicylic acid in different concentrations starting from 0.05 millimolar to 5 millimolar. Here the seeds were mixed with the salicylic acid solution in which the seeds gets soaked and imbibed. Then the plants were exposed to different stress situations like heat treatment, chilling the exposure and drought exposure. Here the plants were exposed to a temperature of 54 plus or minus 0.5 degrees Celsius for 3 hours for the heat treatment experiment. Then alternatively for exposing the plants to very low temperature up to 0 or sub-zero temperature for imparting the chilling stress. Similarly, withholding of irrigation or the water for nearly a week, that created the drought situations. So under these three different stressful situations, the impact was studied, and it was observed that both in tomato and beans, up to a concentration of 0.5 millimolar of salicylic acid, the plant exposed to the different stresses were capable of tolerating, either for the seed imbibition treatment or soil drenching treatment. In both the cases, the up to 0.5 millimolar of salicylic acid, the plants were able to tolerate this heat, chilling, and drought stresses in tomato and beans. Here you can see the photographs of those the plants exposed to the different stressful conditions. Here you can see in the bee, it shows a very good tolerance for the heat treatment. Here also the chilling treatment. The plants is treated with salicylic acid, showing the greater degree of tolerance. And so also the similar trend here you can see in the plants which were exposed to drought conditions, which were supplied with salicylic acid, showing the greater degree of the drought tolerance. Here another abiotic stress, a biotic stress situation, which has been technically handled by the salicylic acid treatment in combination with some of the biocontrol agents and some chemicals like sodium carbonate. This experiment was conducted by Kuhn and his co-workers in 2015 in the grapes. Here, just you can see here, the A is photograph is the photo of the control without the salicylic acid or biocontrol agent or any other chemical. Here you can see the visible difference in the prevention of the berry rot or decay in grapes during the post-harvest stage. So here, this photograph B shows the freeness of the grape berries from the post-harvest decay. So this is because of the salicylic acid, and of course, in combination, it is bringing out the synergism effect in minimizing the pathogenic infection during the post-harvest stages, along with the biocontrol agent. This shows that the usefulness of salicylic acid in minimizing the pathogenic infection during the post-harvest stage of different fruit crops. The next, the PGR is brasinosteroids. Actually, generally, this also referred as a brasinolide, and normally it was initially extracted from the pollen of rapeseed, that is Brassica napus, and when such extract was sprayed over the different plant species, it was found that the photosynthetic efficiency and other the growth promotion activity was in the positive side. Besides from the Brassica napa, this was also extracted from the insect and the crown galls from the plants of Japanese chestnut. So here you can see the Brassica napa, the inflorescence from the pollens. This brasinosteroid was first extracted. Then it was found that capable of bringing out various growth promotion activities in different horticulture crops. Here we can see the growth promotion activities in maize and other the crops under the brasinosteroid treatment. So in different species, the different tissues were found to contain BR at very, very low concentrations. So unlike the other growth hormones or the growth regulators, BR is highly active and highly effective at ultra low concentrations. So normally the other the PGR will be tested and recommended at higher concentrations, but this one is very, very effective at very low concentration, even up to 2 or 3 or 5 ppm concentration. This is highly effective in different crops. So the bioassay has been tested in 2 different ways. So one is the bean internode bioassay. So here in the just sprouted bean seedling, the internode curvature was observed. Slightly bending of the internodal region has been observed because of the presence of the BR or the brasinosteroid. As the concentration of BR is increasing, there is the high degree of curvature. So this is one the basic bioassay test which was initially known for the presence to test the presence of the BR. And the second one is in a rice. Here the leaf lamina, the leaf blade, the bending. So the degree of bending of the leaf blade is attributed due to the presence of BR in the internodal region. So here you can see this leaf blade of just germinated the rice seedling is because of the presence of the BR. This one we can see here, there is no bending of such one, which is devoid of the brasinosteroid, and the same has been confirmed through the bioassay test, and the BR was tested at different concentrations, and the angle of the bending of rice leaf lamina was worked out. And here you can see the presence of a BR at higher concentrations. There is an increase in the angle of bending of rice lamina. So this bending of rice lamina is an important bioassay which is due to the presence of the brasinosteroid. So coming to the biosynthetic pathway, this precursor for the biosynthesis of BR is campestrol, and from the campestrol, two intermediary compounds are produced, and then it undergoes two different ways of a biosynthetic pathway. So one is the early 6-carbon pathway, and another one is the late 6-carbon pathway, and that is being catalyzed by so many enzymes. Ultimately, we will be getting the brasconolate, the biosynthesis. So coming to the physiological functions of BR, it carries an array of the physiological functions in the plant system, starting from the cell elongation, seed germination, then the stress protection, the chlorophyll synthesis, then prevention of the senescence or delay of senescence of the leaves, as well as the harvested produce like fruits and vegetables. Then the xylem differentiation. So this the BR is highly effective for the differentiation of the vascular tissue. So here the function of BR is almost similar to that of auxin and cytokinin in the differentiation of the xylem vessels at the faster rate. Then the BR are very well known for induction of flowering, and they impart the very good pollen germination, and they are much helpful in enhancing the pollen tube growth, and thereby the very good pollination and fertilization has been observed in many crops when they were applied with the BR at very low concentrations. Then generally the BR is highly effective for enhancing the photosynthetic efficiency of the plants, and the photosynthetic efficiency enhancement is mainly through the activation of the Rubisco enzyme. You know, Rubisco enzyme is a ribulose bisphosphate carboxylase enzyme, which is involved in the glycolysis cycle, and the sugar accumulation and other the physiological functions are enhanced by this Rubisco enzyme. So whenever the BR is exogenously applied, it tend to increase the Rubisco activity. So that is the reason for the ultimate result in enhancing the photosynthetic efficiency. So another the enzyme which is being catalyzed by the BR is the nitrate reductase. We know very well that the nitrate accumulation in higher quantities and in continuous the accumulation is actually a poisonous substance. So it will poison the entire plant system and create so many ill effects. So whenever the nitrate accumulation is happening, it has to be scavenged or removed from the plant system. So for which the nitrate reductase enzyme is highly essential. So when the BR is applied, this nitrate reductase enzyme activity is enhanced. So thereby the plant health is improved just by removing the excess accumulation of the poisonous nitrate in the plant system. Then the increment in the yield characters has been observed in many of the crops like rice, cotton, groundnut, and other the vegetables like lettuce, bean, and the pepper. Besides the basic physiological functions, the role of BR has been very well witnessed in the rhizogenesis, that is the root formation, rooting ability. See, it was observed in the coleus plant when the cuttings were dipped in the different concentrations of two different the BR compounds like epibrasnolide and homobrasnolide. Here the table shows that the homobrasnolide at 6.3 millimolar concentration resulted in the more number of roots than the fresh and dry mass of roots in the cuttings that we can see in the photographs also. So in the control, we can see the root mass and the root length is very less when compared to the homobrasnolide. In the photograph in the last the slide, I can see the enhancement of a root length as well as the biomass of. So it is very clear that the BR are highly useful in formation of the rooting in the rooting of cuttings in the horticulture crops. Similarly, in Chile also, the BR application was highly found promising in enhancing the photosynthetic efficiency as well as nitrogen metabolism. So here, the exogenous application of brasnolides increased the level of the free amino acid accumulation, particularly the proline, which is highly known for the drought tolerance, then arginine, aspartic acid, and glycine. And these accumulated amino acids promoted the nitrogen metabolism through enhancing the enzymatic activities of nitrate reductase. Just now I told the significance of nitrate reductase in scavenging the accumulation of excess nitrates in the plant system. Then the other enzymes which are coding for the synthesis of mainly the amino acids like glutamic acid, then aspartic acid. Then the BR also, they alleviated the membrane lipid peroxide, which is caused by the reactive oxygen species, especially during the chilling stress conditions. Here the brasnosteroid at ultra low concentration, that is 0.1 micromolar, this alleviated the lipid peroxidation, which ultimately enhanced the plant growth and development by maintaining the very high photosynthetic efficiency and enhancing the nitrogen metabolisms. So all these the metabolic activities resulted in enhanced yield under the low temperature stress conditions in the chilies. The photograph shows the role of the brasnolide in enhancing the photosynthetic efficiency, which can indirectly seen through the broader leaf lamina and the growth characters of the chili seedlings in different concentrations of the brasnolide. Okay, now we'll move on to the next, the new generation PGR, that is jasminic acid, and it was actually extracted from the Jasminum grandiflorum, and the first it was isolated in the culture filtrate of one fungus, Lachidiplodia theobrome, and this jasminic acid is playing two different specific roles in plant system. So one is it typically serves as the growth hormone, and another role is it plays in signaling of the various plant responses, so that it alerts the plant to develop the plant defense mechanisms against any the biotic or abiotic stresses. As a hormone, it minimizes the senescence of different plant organs, then prevents the tendril coiling, then enhances the flower development, then it minimizes the leaf abscission, then the trichome induction in tomato, when the jasminic acid is abundantly synthesized in tomato plants, there will be more trichome induction or the production. The trichomes are the specialized minute hairy-like structures which are imparting the resistance against the pest, mainly the sucking pest. So they deter the infestation of sucking pest when the trichome is abundantly produced on the plant organs. Then the tuberization in potato has been found increasing when the jasminic acid was applied. And as a signaling molecule, it imparts the very good adaptation under the environmental stresses. Thereby, it enhances the plant defense mechanisms, mainly during the biotic and diabatic stresses. Then jasminic acid is activates the expression of the protease inhibitor. That means the protease inhibitor means the protein hydrolysis or the protein breakdown is prevented, so that the amino acid synthesis will be in normal conditions and the protein accumulation will be very high. So indirectly, it helps the plant to develop a strong defense mechanism. So here you can see the role of jasmine acid under the different stressful conditions like the cold stress, salt stress, drought, and heavy metal stress. Normally, these stresses are mainly affecting the root system, and here the stress tolerance by jasminic acid is due to two major the aspects, mainly the physiological responses and the molecular responses. The physiological responses include the activation of antioxidant system. So whenever the sufficient quantity of antioxidants are produced, the free radicals which are synthesized during the stress conditions will be scavenged, or it will be alleviated, or totally it will be curtailed, so that the plant will be in healthy conditions. Then indirectly it helps in the accumulation of amino acid and other the energy molecules like soluble sugars, and especially during the drought stress, it regulates stomatal opening and closing. So that means when there is a temperature, high temperature or drought stress is is about to affect the plant, then the jasminic acid regulates the partial closure of stomata. So that means it's not complete closure of stomata or opening, partial closure will be observed, so that there will be normal the carbon fixation through the stomata will be taking place. At the same time, there will be a reduction in the water loss through transpiration. So here the transpirational loss of water is minimized. Simultaneously, the carbon fixation, that is the photosynthesis, is also happening. So here there is no drastic reduction in the photosynthesis during the stressful conditions because of the partial closure of stomata, which is activated by the jasminic acid. Here the jasminic acid biosynthetic pathway, it was synthesized from a precursor known as linolenic acid, and the first oxygenated produce in this biosynthetic pathway is the lipoxygenase and the hydroperoxy linoleic acid. From these intermediary compounds, the jasminic acid is synthesized in the plant system. So major the applications or the functions of jasminic acid. So normally the jasminic acid is converted into variety of its derivative like esters. Here the important ester which is in active form is the methyl jasmonate, and normally it can easily bind with amino acid. So the amino acid binding will be quicker, means it's a conjugated form. It can promote the growth, the responses in the plants when jasmonic acid is binding with amino acid. Similarly, the field application of a jasmonic acid enhances the efficacy of some of the parasitoids and predators, which are all the biocontrol agents. There, the efficacy is improved by the jasmonic acid. So here in rice, the exogenous application of jasmonic acid that elicits the production of the proteinase inhibitors, phytoalexins, PRs, that is pathogenic related proteins, then the salt induced proteins. So all these indirectly enhance the plant defense under these stressful conditions. Here you can see the predators. Here, the application of the methyl jasmonate and ester of jasmonic acid increases the volatile organic compounds in the plant system. That volatile compounds enhances the mortality rate of the herbivores by attracting the natural enemies. So thereby, we can say that the efficacy of parasitoids is increasing in manifold times. So here we can see in peach the role of jasmonic acid. Here, the internal browning is a major disorder which affects the entire quality of peaches. So here, to minimize the internal browning disorder, the jasmonic acid was tested during the storage period. Here you can see that the control is having the high degree of internal the browning disorder than the jasmonic acid treated peach fruits. Here you can see the over a period of the storage of 35 days, the application of jasmonic acid is found promising in reducing the internal browning index in the peach fruits. So besides the reducing the internal browning disorder, it increases the quality parameters like the sugar content during the cold storage. So here you can see the extension of the storage time, then the ethylene production, then the accumulation of good amount of the soluble sugars in the foods for the long period has been observed under the jasmonic acid treated peach fruits. The next group of PGR is the polyamines. Actually, the polyamines are the group of chemical which are having the amino group of the structure in there, the molecular this one, and the polyamines they increase greatly in response to environmental stresses. Specifically under the potassium deficiency conditions or the drought conditions or the salt stress conditions. So whenever the plant is under these stressful conditions, the polyamine accumulation is found to be very high. So the commonly exploited polyamines in many crops under the stressful situations are putrescine, spermidine, spermine, and cadaverine. And the major sources of these polyamines are the leaves and stem of maize, then cucumber, radish. And apart from the plant sources, some of the microbial organisms are serving as a potential source for the polyamine synthesis, like the Saccharomyces cerevisiae and Candida utilis. So coming to the physiological role, the polyamines, they bring about the two different the growth, the responses. Say one is on the developmental aspect, another is on the basic cellular processes. So in the growth and development process, polyamine application is highly useful in increasing the germination of many of the dormant seeds. Then it improves the embryogenesis and morphogenesis, like the development of different the organs. Then it is capable of inducing the stress tolerance under the biotic and abiotic situations. Then the basic cellular aspects are the cellular proliferation, ion transport, then enzyme activity modulation, then membrane stability. So here the polyamines are highly useful in the post-harvest management of fruits. So in the post-harvest studies, it was observed that the polyamines, they increase the fruit firmness and they delay the senescence, improve the fruit quality, then they enhance the antioxidant enzyme production, then they reduce the physiological weight loss, that is the moisture loss is minimized, then they reduce the mechanical damage, then reduce the chilling injury, especially the cold storage. So the polyamines like putrescine, spermidine, and spermine, they play major role in the other developmental processes like the floral initiation, then enhancing the pollination, fertilization, then fruit development, then enhancing the shelf life of fruits also. That's the applied aspects of the polyamines. The morphactins are the other group of the new generation, the plant growth promoters. They have actually the fluorine and the other the compounds in which they are in the 9th carbon position. They have the carboxyl the group. So without carboxyl, the morphactins are inactive. When the carboxyl is attached, then they become active. So then only they are capable of bringing down the various physiological and the biochemical changes when they are applied in the plant species. The morphactins are playing a greater role in enhancing seed germination. Then actually they are the growth retardants. So they arrest the internodal elongation, thereby bringing down the dwarfing effect, which is highly required in the perennial fruit crops. Then they prolong the bud dormancy. Then root growth and rooting branching are enhanced by these morphactins. Then they are capable of inducing the flowering, thereby arresting the vegetative growth, which is a basic role of a growth retardant. Here morphactin is basically a growth retardant. Here in the okra, when the morphactin was used in combination with wax emulsion at 2.5 milligram concentration, that prolonged the shelf life of the okra fruits during the storage. Then besides the basic functions, morphactins are capable of bringing down the effects like the weed control, then suppressing the grass in lawn, inhibiting the opening of stomata, that is the stomatal regulation. Thereby it reduces the water loss through the transpiration in leafy vegetables like spinach and broad bean. And interestingly, in cucumber, the morphactin application was observed to induce the parthenocarpy fruit development, which is highly useful in the cucumber. Then in mango also, being a perennial crop, as the growth retardant, morphactin enhances flowering just by suppressing the apical growth. So combination of morphactin and paclobutrazol improved the early flowering and the greater and profuse flowering in the mango. The new generation the growth regulators are melatonin. Actually, this was extracted from the coffee beans, and it has the greater role in reducing the stress conditions. The multiple effects of the serotonin is listed out here. Starts from the free radical scavenging, then regeneration of the advantageous roots, promotion of seed germination, then ripening of fruits, retardation of leaf senescence, then enhancing the plant defense mechanism, then the regulation of the reproduction, that is enhancing the transition of vegetative phase. So all those multiple effects are being carried out by this new generation. And the another interesting the application of this new generation PGR is alleviating the ill effects of acid rain. You know, the sulfur dioxide and the nitrogen oxides which are present in the atmosphere or gets dissolved in the rain water, and it is converted into acid rain. So we know the ill effects or the harmful effects of acid rain. But when the plants receiving such acid rain, when this new generation melatonin was applied over the leaf as a foliar spray, it alleviates the ill effects of acid rain. And thereby, in tomato, it has been observed. So it stimulates the activities of some of the ROS scavenging, that is reactive oxygen species scavenging and free radicals. Thereby, it alleviates the ill effect of the acid rain. So melatonin biosynthesis is from the tryptophan, that is the precursor. Then in between serotonin is formed, and finally melatonin is synthesized. And the next, the new generation PGR is serotonin. So this, so this was isolated from a medicinal plant known as Mycona purulens. It's a leguminous crop. So this serotonin is involved in vegetative growth enhancement and morphogenetic effect of the various plant species through promotion of food production, growth, and multiplication, and the biomass accumulation. Besides, they are found to delay the senescence and enhance the seed germination and the somatic embryogenesis in many species. I have taken much more time. I'll be finishing in another 5 minutes. Then the carikins is another the new generation PGR, which is helpful in increasing the performance of the symbiotic microbes like the WAM. So the efficacy of the WAM can be increased by application of the carikins, another this one. And generally, this new generation PGR is useful in improving the seed germination, wherein the seed dormancy is a major problem in some of the temperate crops like the corns and other the typical the temperate the forest tree species, the seed germination is a major problem because of the presence of a strong the germination inhibiting substances. So when those seeds are burnt in the fire, the sugar is converted into simple this one. During that process, carotene accumulation was observed. So ultimately, the carotene is found in breaking the dormancy of such the species which are having the germination problem. Here you can see the another this one tricholectones and the carotenes influence. Here the carotenes are capable of enhancing the anthocyanin biosynthesis, regulating the stomatal closure, then the cuticle formation, then antioxidant defense mechanisms, particularly during the stress conditions. Besides, they are playing greater role in seed germination. They increase the nutrient use efficiency, then scavenging the free radicals during the drought and salinity stresses and the heat stresses. So this is another the new generation PGR, which was discovered from a biocontrol agent, Trichoderma hertzianum, so hercinolide. So this is found helpful in better root development in some of the plant species. Then the other the reported new generation PGRs are prohexadiene, which is a calcium-based substance. Actually, it's an anti-gibberellin, and it has two important functions in plants when it is used. It delays abscission of young fruits and senescence, and in perennial crops, it reduces the alternate bearing problem, especially in some of the temperate crops like apple, pear, and all, where alternate bearing is the serious issue. This prohexadiene is capable of reducing the alternate problem. Then one MCP, it's a potential the ethylene inhibitor, finding its utility in the post-harvest management of fruits and vegetables, even the flowers also. Then the other the new generation growth regulators are the nitric oxide, florigen, xanthoxin. They are capable of bringing down a minor favorable physiological and biological responses in various plant species. So this I just completing my presentation. I hope my presentation has thrown some information to the scientific community. It's a very exhaustive presentation. I tried to collect many information related to this topic and presented here, and I hope it will be useful for the scientific community. So with this, I am concluding my presentation, and I thank the organizers for having given me this opportunity in this wonderful the international conference of Annamalai University. So thank you very much once again. You can throw me the questions if you have.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, welcome.
To join with us today and elaborating about various new generation plant growth regulators. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Motion taken.
If there is no question, then I think I can leave the meeting. I'll stop my screen sharing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I now request Dr. M. Rajkumar, Co-Organizing Secretary, Department of Horticulture, to introduce our third speaker of this session. Please, sir.
Good afternoon to all. I'd like to introduce Mr. Vinod, who is my best friend. He has done his BSc Horticulture in Marathwada Agricultural University, Maharashtra. He has been earlier worked as a sales advisor in Maharashtra Agro Industries Development Corporation, Mumbai, 2010 to 2010. Now he is a technical support consultant with an established manufacturer of properly formulated bioorganic agricultural inputs of sustainable farming, named Farmsense Agri Solutions Private Limited, Nasik, Maharashtra, since 2013. Mr. Vinod has conducted more than 100 farmers training programs and has been empowered the women's self-help group and improved the tribal welfare in country. He also encourages a lot of farmers to grow organic-based products in and around Maharashtra. He is one of the leading consultants in Maharashtra in organic farming. In this conference, I would like to invite Mr. Vinod for delivery lecture. Thank you. And we are also, our Department of Horticulture is also associated with Farmsense Agri Solutions. They have given a very good project in the year 2020 to conduct a trial in Drip K Plus and Aminosil. So we thank on behalf of organizing committee, Mr. Vinod, for accepting our speech. And we also request Farmsense company to be in association with the Department of Horticulture for further projects. I welcome you, sir. Before his presentation, we'd like to present a video to the audience. Thank you.
There is no voice for the video. Voice. Hello, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah, the video voice was not there. I think so. Some disturbance was because I can't hear the voice. It was in Hindi. Whether all didn't hear, I don't know. So thank you. Thank you me for introducing. I would like to thank our earlier speaker, Mr. Rajkumar sir, for giving such a beautiful speech over new generation plant growth regulators. I am here to discuss with you regarding e-benefits of bioorganics. First of all, I would like to thank Annamala University, Honorable Registrar, Honorable Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, Honorable HOD, Department of Horticulture, Dr. K. Haripriya, and co-organizing secretaries and organizing secretaries. And a special thanks to one of the organizing secretary, our beloved friend, Mr. Rajkumar sir, for inviting me for this international virtual conference and allowing me to deliver my thoughts regarding organic farmings. So, shall I start my presentation?
Yeah, yes, sir, you can start.
Yeah. Are you able to see the screen? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, good afternoon, friends. Today we are going to discuss about benefits of bioorganics, means organic inputs and biostimulants on horticulture, in horticulture crops. I am Vinod Sangre from Maharashtra. So here is outline of this PPT. So there are some points, main points we have taken from, we have to discuss on in this PPT. First is the present situation of horticulture in India. Another one is the challenges in horticulture export, use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides and their effect on soil and human health. Constraints in Indian horticulture, use of bioorganic inputs and their benefits. And finally, we will discuss about present and future problems in horticulture and the solution, how to overcome these problems with the help of organic inputs. In this slide, you can see that horticulture sector in India. So now horticulture sector in India is the major driver for growth, whether it is economical growth or farmer growth. As compared to agriculture sector, horticulture sector is more efficient and growing more efficiently and more fast. And some crops in horticulture, like vegetable crops, are very small duration crops, 1 month, 40 days, 45 days. So they are giving fast income to farmers, and which increase the standard of living of the small farmers in very less span of time. In horticulture crop, water utilization is very low, so the risk of crop failure is minimum. Also, horticulture is the key driver for economic development in many of the states in country where Division of Horticulture of Indian Council of Agriculture Research is playing a vital role. Next one, here we can see the horticulture is providing possibilities to give employment in all the sectors, whether it is primary, secondary or tertiary. In primary sectors, the farmers are cultivating fruit crops. In secondary, the processing is going on, and in tertiary sector, the marketing of these fruit crops or any products, horticulture product is done to the final consumers. So here the three opportunities are there where they are these three sectors, they are giving opportunity to develop. Next one, multiple crops are grown or planted in simultaneously. So here some relay cropping is there, intercropping is there. So for getting more and more yield, people are using huge chemical fertilizers. This is one of the constraint also. So this slide is known to all. Means India is ranking second in fruits and vegetable production after the China. It is as per National Horticulture Database second advanced system published by National Horticulture Board in 2019-20. So India is producing 99.7 million metric tons of fruits and 91.77 million metric tons of vegetables. So as we see, India is second largest producer of all these fruits and vegetables. But what about export? Export is very low. Means as per the global market, India's share is only less than 2% in the total horticulture export. So although we are growing different varieties of all the crops, but still some of the we are struggling in exporting of some of the crops like banana, onion to some of developing countries like USA, developed country like USA or some other countries. So what are the challenges? The major challenge behind this export is the high incidence of chemical fertilizers and pesticide used in our horticulture or vegetable crops. So which because of this use of chemical fertilizers and pesticide, most of the containers or most of the consignments are rejected due to we can't meet the standards of safety for food safety of these developed countries. So this is one of the major challenge. Limited holding is there. Another one problem is there. And also the government has to take some initiative regarding value chain analysis. So it has to be done. So this is one of the challenge which is needed to promote horticulture exports. Absence of proper infrastructure is there. Most of the rural areas, the transport facilities are not there. Farmers are facing a lot of problems to get the goods from farms to the market. Also, cold storage facilities are not there. Horticulture crops, horticulture products are very much perishable. So it is very difficult to tackle this situation after harvesting. Post-harvest losses are more. Loss of productivity in horticulture crop due to different issues. High input cost is there. Now in these 2-3 years, because of the petroleum prices are increased. So these chemical fertilizers are based on the petroleum prices. So as the petroleum prices are increased, the fertilizer prices also increase. And as compared to the fertilizers, pesticides are also increased, prices are also increased to some extent. So use of chemical fertilizer, these are some facts which I have taken from this Rajya Sabha report of 2020-21. These are some data shared by government recently indicate that consumption of chemical fertilizers has increased by around 16% in 2015-16 to 2020-21. From about 510 lakh metric tons in 2015-16, the consumption increased to 590 lakh metric tons as per the provisional figures of 2020-21. Even the consumption of chemical pesticides are increased comparatively. So here we can see the graph, how the urea, DAP, MOP and NPKs, total NPKs mixtures are increased from 2015 to 2020-21. Accordingly, one second. Accordingly, our pesticides consumption is also increased. Yeah. So, according to chemical fertilizers, pesticides also increase. Consumption also is also increased. See, here are some facts, some figures. India is among the largest producer of pesticide in world. So we are producer of largest. We are the largest pesticide producer in world. As on October 2019, the total of 292 pesticides were registered in India, and these may be increased after in 2020 or 21. Here are some grand total of chemical pesticide consumption in India. Unit is metric ton. 2014-15 there was 56,121 metric tons. In 2015-16, 58,221 metric tons. 2016-17 it was gradually declined, 52,755 metric tons. But in 2017-18 again there was a hike of consumption, 62,183 metric tons. So this consumption is little bit difficult, not difficult, but it is little bit troubling for our soils. So I want to just tell you that this consumption of agriculture, chemical pesticides and fertilizers are increasing. So our soils is getting deteriorated. The use of our these chemical fertilizers and pesticides on soil health, we can see that old age farming and present farming. In earlier times, the farming was done by bullocks, and only 2 bullocks were sufficient to farm or to do intercultural operations like ploughing or everything. But nowadays, we need 40 or 50 HP tractors. Still, the land is not properly cultivated or tilled. Why this is because of the use of chemicals. The soil has become hard. More use of chemicals, soil become hard and unfertile. More energy is needed for intercultural operation, and apparently due to this, the cost of cultivation is increased. So here is a small video, but as time concerned, I think so we will skip this video about impact of fertilizer and soil on human. So this slide is about residual effect of pesticide on human health. There are 1,000 pesticides used around the world to ensure the food is not damaged or destroyed by pests. But and each pesticide has different properties and toxical effects. So we are seeing that the food should be not destroyed by pest, but for saving that food, we are using lot of harmful pesticides and chemicals, and which are very toxic for our health also and soil also. Many of the older and cheaper pesticides such as DDT and linden can remain years in the soil and water. So this residue of these pesticides can remain for many years. These insecticides are more toxic than herbicides. Nowadays herbicide use is increased. So still the toxicity is high. Pesticides are among the leading causes of death by cell poisoning, in particular low and middle income countries in like India. Our countries, many of the cell poisoning is due to pesticides in rural areas. So here are some constraints in horticulture. So horticulture sector, there are economical challenges faced by Indian horticulture. So this is the one part. First point, we can say that declining farmer income over the years due to declining of farm productivity. So this farmer income is decreased due to the low yield. Earlier time there was considerable yield, still and the cost of cultivation was also very less. Nowadays, what happened? The yield is some sort of means the yield is increased in some points, but the cost of cultivation has increased very high. So the income, the farmers can't meet their daily needs. Post-harvest losses, especially in horticulture, due to lack of cold storage facilities. So as per my statement earlier, there are a lot of post-harvest losses. in rural areas, the infrastructure is not there, transportation system is not there. As horticulture products produced are perishable, they has to be transferred as early as possible to market. So it is little bit difficult to handle that situations also. A huge debt due to the continuous failure of crops. We can see that from some 2-3 years back, many of the states are facing lot of problems of droughts. Earlier 2-3 years there was droughts, and after now this recent 2-3 years there is continuous rain. So most of the kharif crops are fail, and due to this the debt is high, increase. The farmer can't give to the banks. Small farmers in India facing difficulty in marketing their product. So that is due to the infrastructure. The instability of rainfall results in abundant production on year followed by drought another. This leads to the fluctuation in price. As the drought is there, so the prices are fluctuated. That's why this is the major one of the challenge in economical horticulture. Inequality of land distribution, faulty land tenure system, issues in marketing of agriculture produce, indebtedness of farmers. So here, inequality in land distribution means there are some farmers in the village who is having 20-30 acres of land, and some farmers are having 2-3 acres of land. So it is very unequal distribution by the government or earlier time. So here are these. This slide is about ecological and environmental challenges we are facing about horticulture. The major environmental challenge faced by Indian agriculture or horticulture include how to conserve our basic assets such as land, water, and biodiversity. It is a major challenge we are facing. So how to conserve that we will discuss on later in our some coming slides. Farming is insensitive to short-term and long-term climate change. So there are two effects: direct effect and indirect effect. The indirect effect, the changes in temperature is there, precipitation is there, and carbon CO2 levels, carbon dioxide level is there. Indirect effect, the change in soil distribution and frequency of infestation of pests, insects, and disease or weeds. So these are the indirect effects which are coming on soils. Here we can see one of the other challenges is high cost of cultivation. Nowadays, the prices of chemical fertilizers and pesticides, along with the labors, are increased, and due to this, it is very difficult for a farmer to cultivate or to take a crop and to get a minimum profits from that. Most of the horticulture crops have high initial investment, as like grapes and everything. We have to make a pandal or another. We have other types we have to do. So these initial investment is high, so farmers can meet their needs. All the horticulture crops are labor consuming, and nowadays the increase in wages of labor, so it is very difficult. So this is a high cultivation problem, and higher cost of input. Food grains make it difficult as setup, especially when there is no support from local government to small farmers. So there is a need of local government to support small farmers regarding this cost, increasing cost. So one of the other problem is low productivity due to undernourished soil. So nowadays what happened, due to our soils, Indian soils are being used for growing thousands of years without carrying much replenishment. Means without giving anything to Mother Earth, we are only taking from her. So there is now time came to give something to Mother Earth. Means at least we have to stop this huge use of chemical fertilizers or pesticide on the soil. Then only the earth can give, and then only soil can give us some output. This is one of the reasons why this productivity, horticulture productivity is less. High use of chemicals has reduced the organic carbon and organic matter from soil, which results in fluctuation of soil components, pH, physiological and biological properties. Here we can see, due to the use of chemicals, all the organic substances in the soil are disturbed, and there is a fluctuation in all parameters, soil parameters. So after this, we are coming on the our bioorganic substance. So why we have to use this bioorganic substance or biostimulants? What are these biostimulants or substance? Bioorganic substance are the substance or microorganisms whose function when applied to the plant rhizosphere is to stimulate natural process to enhance benefit nutrient uptake, nutrient efficiency, tolerance to abiotic stress and crop quality. So when we apply this bioorganic substance or biostimulants to the crop rhizosphere or a plant root zone, they stimulate the plants to uptake naturally to uptake the available nutrients from soil, and also they increase the tolerance level of plant for abiotic stress. So here is the question: why to use organic inputs? So now there is a lot. Population is increasing day by day. To stabilize horticulture production, this increased population compulsion to stabilize horticulture production, but to increase it further in sustainable manner. So we need these organic inputs. Natural balance need to be maintained at all cost of existence of life and property. So whether our life is more important, so to preserve means to save our lives and properties, we have to balance this, our ecosystem also. Agrochemicals which are produced from fossil fuels are not renewable and are diminishing in availability. So these chemicals are produced from petroleums and fossils which are non-renewable and they are getting declined lesser day by day. So there is a need of organic inputs which we have to use for our horticulture or agriculture. It may also cost heavily on our foreign exchange in future. So cost effective, these organic inputs are cost effective also. So we have to use them. So there are some key characteristics: protecting the long-term fertility of soil by maintaining organic matter level, encouraging soil biological activities and careful mechanical intervention. Providing crop nutrients indirectly using relative insoluble nutrient source which are made available to plant by action of soil microorganisms. So these are some characteristics of organic inputs which are very, very useful and very necessary, and it is a need of future. We have to use them. So here are some key benefits of bioorganics or biostimulants in horticulture. So for sustainable horticulture, we need these all four pillars. This is one is ecological or environmental effect, economical effect, extroverted means social effect, and electronic platform. So these four benefits are from bioorganics or biostimulants in horticulture. So benefits of organic inputs used in horticulture. Here we can see that improving efficiency of plant metabolism to induce yield increase and enhance crop quality. So here organic inputs are increasing metabolism in plants, which is very necessary for increasing yield and crop quality. It increases tolerance of plant to biotic and abiotic stresses. The facilitating nutrient assimilation, translocation and use. The organic inputs stimulates the roots to translocate the nutrients from soil to get available to plant. The quality of the enhancing quality of attributes of products, including sugar content, color, fruits, seedings. So by using the organic inputs, we can enhance our fruit quality, bricks, and fruit size, color, everything. Water use is done more efficiently. Soil fertility is fostered, and development of complementary microorganisms. Here we can see that by using the organic inputs, soil fertility is increased by the number of microorganisms increased. So these are some as per we discussed the E benefits of organics, bioorganics or biostimulant. This is the first E, economical benefits. All the bioorganic substances are economically viable. They are less in prices. The cost of costing is less as compared to chemical fertilizers or pesticides. Food product raised with natural fertilizer do not contain toxic chemicals. So it is a unique. It has a unique taste. This is due to the higher mineral concentration. So market your product. At the higher price point. Here we can see that if we grow any product or any fruit product or food crop with organic inputs, the toxic level is less, and we can the farmer can get more output from the costing of that product is high, and he can get more income from the consumer. It is less expensive. Natural fertilizers supply important micronutrient. This can help increase the shelf life of the product and in post harvest. So here, as per our earlier discussion, we discussed that there is inavailability of infrastructure, basic infrastructure. So post harvest losses were very high as compared to now also it is very high. But by using organic inputs, we can reduce these post-harvest losses by increasing shelf life of plant or that product. Increase output, which means more income to the farmers. Here, the farmers are getting more income. The per unit value, per unit rate of the organically grown fruit or crop is high as compared to the traditional. So farmers are getting more benefit from them. Environmental benefits. Here is another one, E. This is environmental benefits of organic inputs. Organic inputs are ecologically sound with respect to environment. So these all the types of inputs, organic inputs, are very ecologically sound. Means that they don't harm ecology or biodiversity. They don't disturb any ecological balance. They are biodegradable and pollution free. The residual effect of chemical fertilizers and pesticides are remain here still in soil. But by using fertilizers, organic fertilizers or organic input, the residual effect is not there, and the soil remains healthy. It improves soil quality, fertility, nutrient retaining capacity. The soil quality, quality and fertility is improved, and also nutrient retaining capacity is increased. So water holding capacity is increase of soil due to input of use of organic inputs as compared to chemical, because of the hardness coming in soil, and some sort the soil becomes very saline by use of chemical fertilizers. Organic input provides continuous release of nutrient, thus giving it stable growth period. So here, if we give organic input, so it is when we apply it in the soil, so it gives its continuous impact on the roots. Whatever the plant is needed, it is taking by its own. So there is no, when we apply any chemical fertilizers, the leaching effect is more. When we apply it, if the rain is there, the fertilizer leach out. But this doesn't happen in organic fertilizers. There is no risk of accumulation toxic and chemical salts. So here, consuming these fruits, there is no risk, means it is toxic free and chemical free. So this is one of the another E, extroverted means social benefit. Socially, when we use these organic inputs, the income and social income of farmer is increased. The small farmers also get good standard of living. Thus, it is becoming the popular strategy for economic development of poverty reduction in many areas. So bioorganic reduce the risk of yield failure. Here, what happened when we use chemical fertilizers, the cost of cultivation increases. In bioorganics, the cost of cultivation is less, minimum. So if the yield is hampered little bit, there is not a major effect on the farmer. So as per this is socially benefited to farmer. This is a final E, where electronic media platforms are used, means for promoting organic fertilizers or organic inputs, or when farmer is cultivating organic fruit or vegetables, he get more benefit as compared to traditional or chemical fertilizers or pesticides. And farmers can use electronic platforms like social medias, e-payment apps, and various marketing apps for delivering or for marketing his organic products. So now we are coming to the problems. Whether these problems are present or future, but these are the biggest problems in horticulture nowadays coming. So here, soil and water health. Now, it is a condition that water, our soils and water is very, the health is very getting affected day by day. So these soils are giving us from thousands of years. This leads to depletion and exhaustion of soil, resulting in low productivity. Due to this, the production is low, and average yield of almost all the crops are among the lowest in the world. This is a serious problem we can solve by using following solutions. Due to the excessive use of chemicals and pollutants, groundwater also become toxic for living beings and plants. So these are the two parts, soil and water. So we have some products to solve these problems. This is solution for improvement of soil and water health. So these are the products we can use for solving this problem of soil and water health. Bioloam is there. Bioloam Supreme is one of the powder form product. Realtree Gold is a gel form product. Activator is a adjuvant and soil conditioner, and Aqua Corrector is a pH enhancer, means pH maintainer. So by using these products, we can solve this problem. Protects soil from becoming infertile by using of Bioloam and these all products. Reduce use of chemical fertilizers. Increase number of essential microorganisms and reduce pH of water. Maintain, not reduce, maintain pH of water. So these are some products I want to highlight. Bioloam is a unique soil conditioner formulation based on the vital plant extract, organic matter, and natural ingredients. It helps to create favorable soil conditions and development of beneficial microbes in soil. So also one of the other product is Bioloam Supreme. It comes in powder or granule form. It is a silicon mineral. A mixture of silicon mineral with humic, fulvic, and amino acids, which provides trace amount of nutrients to the plant as well as recharge soil and organic matter. It increases resistance of plant against adverse climatic condition. So as our sir discussed about abiotic and biotic stresses for plant, these products are being very effective, and we are using from decade to solve these problems. Realtree Gold. Realtree Gold is a gel form product. It is a mixture of naturally available micro and macro elements, cytokinins, and growth stimulants for growth of plant. Activator is highly efficient formulation based on non-ionic biodegradable silicon-based surfactant along with organic solvent. It also improves soil texture by increasing aeration in soil when applied via fertigation. So these products are for improvement of soil and water health. Another second problem is uptake of essential nutrient. Nowadays, the uptake due to the quality of soil, plant can't uptake from the soil. Plant growth and development largely depend on the combination and concentration of mineral nutrients available in soil. If the plant is depend on the availability, plant growth is depend on availability of nutrients in soil, but if it can't absorb that nutrients, the plant remains stunted or it can't complete its all growth processes like growth and reproductive stages, everything. Nutrient deficiency has significant impact on horticulture, resulting in reduced crop yield or inferior fruit quality. Nutrient deficiency can also lead to reduce overall biodiversity since plants serve as a producer that support most of the food webs. Here, plant is a major supporter for all types of food webs. If the plant is disturbed, that means whole food web is disturbed. So we have to maintain this nutrient uptake of plant by giving these solutions. These are the solutions for nutrient uptake. So this is one of the product, Drip K and P Star, which stimulates stimulant from potash and phosphorus and other micronutrients. Another one is Bioscot. It is a natural chelating agent to improve uptake of nutrients. So here we can see all plant need all the nutrients, but it is not readily available to the plant. There should be some action. But when we apply such nutrients like Drip K or P Star, so Drip K stimulates the plant and create elasticity in the roots. So the suction is created and the nutrients are absorbed by plant. The Drip K, here we can see that Drip K is a proven tested proprietary formulation based on active herbal and natural ingredients which stimulate plant to absorb nutrients like potash, calcium, magnesium, zinc, boron, iron, silica, and other micro and macronutrients. Stimulation of plants increase elasticity in roots, which results in healthy growth of the plant. So another one is P Star, which is phosphorus, which is evolved for phosphorus uptake from soil. And last, next product is Bioscot. It is one of the favorite product. It is a unique formulation based on fulvic acid and other natural chelating agents. So we know that fulvic acid has lower molecular weight, molecular size. So it chelates with any other fertilizers and help the movement of nutrient from soil to spray, soil or spray to the plant. So it is a unique mixture of fulvic acid and some other natural chelating agents which chelates the nutrients and it readily available to plants. The third problem is abiotic stress and vigor of plant. So here most of the plants nowadays are suffering from biotic stress, abiotic stress of very cold, heat, excess rainfall, temperature, drought, etc. So metal and heavy metals influence plant development that effect on productivity and development of plant. So nowadays this abiotic stress has become a major threat to food security due to the constant changes in climate and deterioration of environment caused by use of harmful chemicals, pesticides or fertilizers. Here we can see that yield gap, if the plant is suffering from abiotic stress, there is 65 to 75% yield is reduced. So this is very high, means huge difference. So for maintaining this abiotic stress, there are some molecules. We have siltop. It is a naturally herbal formulation, naturally derived from gives silica, biosilica for plant to the plant, and which help to the plant to tolerate for this stress and abiotic stress, and also for silicon helps the plants uh, to resistance, disease and pest resistance of to some pests, increase disease and pest resistance. Aminosyl is, this is a combination of unique combination of some amino acids and silicon based organic extracts also in trace amount. This mixture provides vital nutrient to plants. Silicon improves resistance of plants against stress, fungus, insects attacks. It also stimulates the process of photosynthesis and vegetative growth, flowering and fruit production. So these products we are continuously using for stress management in all the crops, whether it is vegetable crop, whether it is a fruit crop or field crop, and they are giving very good results and also satisfying farmers by increasing their yield. Metabolis, this is one of the product. Metabolis is a mixture of vital amino acids and growth stimulants and vitamins, which are required in every stage of plant. From stage of planting to the stage of harvesting, this product is working very effectively. It increases the biochemical metabolism in plant with healthy growth and development of fruits. Another one is Photon X, which is a biostimulant mixture derived from various herbal extracts, seaweeds, minerals, and plant growth promoters. It helps plant to fruit setting in adverse climatic conditions. Here is some photo gallery. We have some results of our products on various crops. Watermelon is there. The watermelon size is 10 kg. We have used our product drip K on that watermelon. Here are some representatives doing the field day over there. So these products are need of time, future now, and the so first I have discussed about that only 2% share of global export in India. So 98% of produce, whatever the horticulture produce or the agriculture produce or vegetables, is consumed by our own. So we are consuming what we are consuming. So if we want our future to be secure or to be healthy, we have to take initiative for organic inputs. These are some photos of our results. Banana drip, bioloam in banana. The garlic, ginger crop is there. I think I have finished my.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Any question regarding?
So there is no question, sir.
So I will stop sharing.
I now request Dr. R. Senthilnathan, co-organizing secretary, to thank the speaker.
I hope I have completed in time because of earlier speaker has taken some time of mine.
Whatever.
Sir, you were given a very interesting and informative session on e-benefits of bioorganics in horticulture. You fed us with vast information on horticultural sector, employment possibilities, challenges, and constraints in India. Thank you for spending your valuable time with us, sir. This innovative session was very much beneficial for all our students and scholars. Once again, I thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
I will report secretary to introduce our speaker.
Good afternoon, all. So I am very much pleased to introduce Dr. S. Sri Vignesh, Assistant Professor, Department of Horticulture, School of Life Sciences, Central University of Tamil Nadu, Thiruvallur, to deliver a deliberation on advances in signaling and transport of new generation plant growth regulators. So he had completed his undergraduation in Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, post-graduation and doctoral degree in Faculty of Agriculture, University of Jerusalem, Israel. And in addition, he had completed a PDF, postdoctoral fellow, in Department of Nanoscience and Technology, Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. And his area of specialization is molecular breeding of vegetables, nanotechnological interventions, transgenics, and plant genomics. He had started his career as teaching assistant in Department of Nanoscience and Technology, Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. And presently he was working as assistant professor, Department of Horticulture, School of Life Sciences, Central University of Tamil Nadu, Thiruvallur. So in his postdoctoral research, he has worked on multi-layered nano encapsulation matrix, and he had received many awards and honors during his academic marathon. To be noted, he is a recipient of peer alumni Hebrew University of Jerusalem, administered partial scholarship during the year 2009, and a proud recipient of MSc Research Fellowship by Hebrew University of Jerusalem, Israel, and the Israel Asia Leaders Fellowship Award, then ICR International Fellowship by ICR for PhD during 2016. And he is a recipient of Professor M.S. Swaminathan Best Young Scientist Award during the year 2017. He had completed one research project, and he had participated and presented papers in many national and international conferences and symposia. He has published 3 books, 8 book chapters, and attended many training programs and workshops. And he had actively involved in many extension activities, and he is a proud member of many scientific and professional societies like Horticultural Society of India, Indian Society of Vegetable Science, National Academy of Biological Sciences, and International Society of Horticultural Sciences. And he is a member of editorial board in many journals, both national and international. Now I request Dr. S. Sri Vignesh to deliver his deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariulagan sir. So am I audible? Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for the organizers. And before entering into my talk, let me to thank the entire team who worked on the successful bringing of this webinar on the innovation trends in horticulture production, IPH2. And thanks to the dean and professor head and to the entire core committee who has invited us to deliver a talk on this nice topic. So before getting me, let me to open my. Is it visible, the full screen to all of you?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. Thank you again. So in today's talk, we might see how the signaling and transport of new generation plant growth regulators are being, hampering, or how these are really, happening, things are happening. We might have seen a lot of examples, and I think most of the students are from undergraduates and postgraduates. So I aimed in a way, such a way, so that they could able to, understand a bit deeper, rather than, these molecules are known. There are certain hormones which are well known for last few decades, and there are certain new molecules which came up. I think Dr. Ramesh Kumar sir has illustrated the new generation molecules. So, but our general understanding how these molecules, once we once they how they are being, once we spray these molecules, how they are being transported, or how these molecules are being transported inside the plant system, is really an, a big question. And information for most of the hormones are still lacking, and we will try. I have actually compiled those how these hormones are really being transported from cell to cell, and how does they behave, and what is their molecular mechanism slightly behind it. And I request the students, because it's going to be a slightly tougher topic, as so far we have seen from the morning, and I know it's your lunchtime. Please bear with me. I have left with no choice, but try to have some extra efforts to listen carefully from the beginning of the slide, so that you won't miss it. Because if you miss first few slides, you're going to lose the entire information in the latter part. Okay. So this is what we are working on. So this is the Central Institute of Tamil Nadu. I think it's a lecture organized by the Department of Horticulture. So most of your undergraduates, once you're done with your bachelor's degree, you can apply for your master's over here. We have recently opened the Masters in Horticulture Sciences, which has fruits, flowers, as well as the vegetable sciences. So you can apply for your master's over here, and you are perfectly eligible. So in the beginning, I think a few speakers who have spoken before me has introduced the major hormones. I think you would have all read about these auxin, cytokinin, gibberellin, abscisic acid, as well as ethylene, which are the classical hormones or well-known hormones. And there are new generation of hormones are being coming up: brasnosteroids, salicylates, stigulotenoids, and jasmonides. And there are a few peptide hormones are being even coming up day by day. So these are the blue ones are the classical ones, and the green ones are the emerging ones. So why these hormones are being there, and why our plants are really requiring them? I think without hormones, none of the processes, starting from seed germination, plant growth, full development, flower initiation, or fruit setting, and all sort of stress, all these processes are combined or regulated by the hormones, by the classical as well as new generation hormones, and few are yet to be coming. So hormones are the ones who really play a deeper role or a vital role in regulating all the plant cycle of the entire plant cycle. Okay. So in my lecture outline, it will be like this way, that how the hormones are really regulating the vegetative development. For example, well-known hormones are auxin, cytokinin, stigulotenoids, gibberellins, as well as brasnosteroids. And hormones which are well known for reproduction, ethylene and abscisic acid. And there are certain hormones which are really having roles in stress response, maybe in biotic as well as abiotic ones, which are salicylic and jasmonides. And this is a vague classification. It doesn't mean that ethylene will only play in reproduction. No, ethylene has a role even in the vegetative phases. There is always a cross link, and it's a complete hoax. It's not a single hormone does a single job. That you have to be more careful from the beginning. Not a single hormone can do one job. It's always a combination of hormones does the job. Okay. So if you want to speak about the hormones, which are well known for the vegetative growth, and the classical ones, gibberellic acid and auxin and brasnosteroids. For example, once you mutate all these, let's say if I am mutating a gibberellic acid, and the plants will be stunted, which you are seeing in the screen right now. And once the same goes to the auxin, any of the auxin synthesis biosynthesis gene, once you try to knock it out by genetic transformation, you will be having a stunted growth, as like it's appearing here. And it goes to the same to the brasnosteroid. So we can generally classify these hormones, mostly mainly interferes with the cell elongation as well as the growth. And it's the same thing. We have most of the time we will be seeing Arabidopsis as an experimental plant here, but it goes to the most of the crop plants what we do cultivate here. And the next hormone is the cytokinin. I think you have a well detailed functions what it can do. It's mainly regulated. It's regulating all your cytokinesis process. That means cell multiplication and induction of rootings in your tissue culture calyces, and it's well known for the nutrient allocation as well as the root nodule development in many of the crop plants. And for example, if you are overexpressing cytokinin, you might have more amount of roots. We know that auxin can induce roots, but it can even cytokinin do more of roots as well as more of branching of the roots. Okay, and the major thing you might have been listened in your classes that cytokinin is well known for delaying the senescence. In most of the crop plants, you will be observing that it delays senescence. For example, the left one is the plant which is a normal plant. Sorry, the right one is the normal plant, and the left one is the genetically modified plant which is overproducing cytokinin. You could observe these plants are still young, they are not senescing, and they are still fresh enough. But you could observe the normal plants already started to have initiate the senescence, and they are senescing more faster. The portions are getting dried more faster. And the next hormone, because I'm just giving an overall summary what these hormones are well known for. And of course, the gibberellinic acid, which is well known for the DOF induction in most of the crop plants. And we should not forget Norman Borlaug, who was identified these principles for us, where he has selected the DOF alleles which are having mutated gibberellic acid lines, and he observed the DOF ones. And I think most of the cultivars what we are right now having in most of the crop plants, starting from rice, wheat, barley, all of them are semi-DOF cultivars. And most of and all the ecotypes or all the varieties what we are observing which are semi-DOF are the plants which are having mutant alleles or non-working type of alleles in those elite lines. So the left one is the wild type, and as you could see the right ones, as with the Norman Borlaug, you could see this is how the normal cultivars look like, and he has selected the DOF lines where your gibberellic acid is being mutated. Okay, maybe from the biosynthesis or from the translocation pathway. And it's an one classic thing that I want to mention here. It's not we have listened that always gibberellic, once you spray gibberellic acid, it's going to induce flowering. Is it so? No, it's not the cases for all the crop plants. It behaves differently with the different crop plants. For example, if you're speaking about temperate grass, yes. If you're speaking about our beta vulgaris, beetroot, yes, it induces flowering. But if you say the same gibberellic acid in apple, it's not going to induce flowering. No. And same thing goes to the Arabidopsis. Once they are exposed to the long day conditions, it is not going to induce flowering. But whereas the plants which are grown in short days, it's going to induce flowering. So this is what I'm trying to say here. It's not that a single hormone can do a single job, and it's not always the same hormone will do the same job in all the crop plants. It differs. It differs to crop and differs from environmental signal and differs from the temperature, whether it's a photophotosensitism related or the temperature related. So we have a complete different set of mechanisms which regulate these type of hormones. And you know well more about ethylene, which is a hormone which is known for ripening, but it can induce flowering as like gibberellic acid. Okay, as you could see in the slides, ethylene promotes flowering in case of pineapples as well as bromeliads. It can induce flowering, whereas gibberellin cannot do in these crops. So that's all about beauty. And sometimes these two hormones has to combine together. For example, in case of our cucurbits, our pumpkins, summer squashes, and all the cucurbits, where ethylene and gibberellins are to be mixed together or to be interplayed to have more amount of hermaphrodite flowers. We generally recommend spray ethyl at 2-leaf stage, 4 and 6-leaf stage, that we would have heard, but it works as a combinatorial effect of gibberellic plus ethylene to have more amount of it. So we need a cocktail, or we need a combination of hormones to do a single job. And secondly, the fruit development. I think ethylene is the guy who really know to convert your green ripe to ripen one. Ethylene plays a major role rather than any other hormones. But do other hormones have a crosstalk while we are converting the green one to a red one, or to make it into a ripening one? And for example, If it is a tomato, we need auxin and gibberellic acid from flowering to induce up to the mature green stage. From the mature green stage to yellow one or to the ripened one, we need ethylene. Whereas in grapes, you would have heard gibberellic induces seedless grapes. If I spray the same gibberellic acid to the strawberry, will it work? No. You have to spray auxin. You need to have more amount of auxin production to induce in case of flowering, as well as more of fruit set in case of strawberry. So different combination of hormones, different crop plants for different functions. That keep that in your mind. So we have seen this. Okay, it's good that ethylene makes you to have a ripened tomato, but most of the time ethylene has also an ill effects, because once you speak about the floriculture industry, it's really hampering the floriculture industry, because you don't like to have a flower on your table which is having, becoming yellowish or a crackled one. We need a flower which is fresh, and the sepals are still fresh enough. Once you have ethylene, all these guys will go for senescence. You're losing your crop. As well as banana, you like a banana which is from yellowish in color. We don't want a banana which is more ripened in one. So we have to find ways to curtail ethylene. Of course, 1-MCP, potassium permanganate, all these scrubbers will remove the ethylene. So these are the ways, internal or external ways to remove ethylene and to keep a product fresh. But how the plants can do that? How we can, really nurture the plant, which can produce more of ethylene, less of ethylene. Okay, so that's what we are going to see in the later part of the slide. And you should know about hormones ABA, which is well known for having reduced, which is an hormone which is mainly needed for the seed dormancy. Once you don't have the seed, these hormones in your seeds, they will readily germinate. For example, you can see the maize which are germinating when it is in the entire kernel, and it's same goes for the mustard. Once you don't have the ABA, the seeds will germinate even within the plants or within the capsules. So we need abscisic acid to preserve them, to store them, or to preserve the seeds in the dormant state. And I think all of speakers, as well as all of the audience who are here, well-known classical example for abscisic acid is the stomata closure and opening, which is mandatory needed, that ABA is needed over there, where it will shift or pump more of calcium into it, which will trigger it out. At the end of the day, where all the ions, K+ ion, which is moving out, and Cl- ions will move out faster. So once the ions are moving out of your gut cells, then of course all your water molecules are going to be loosened out of the gut cells. So your stomata is going to get closed. So it's one of the classical example what a single hormone can do, how it can correlate or it can regulate this process. And the next is the stigalotones, which is isolated by from the striga plant, which is one of the parasitic plant, where it attracts the mycorrhizal fungi, and it helps, or it will allow you to be interred here into the rooting pattern of the normal crop by means of carotenoid biosynthesis, which attracts the mycorrhizal fungi. Once again, the fungi will attract these striga, and it all goes for the germination. It's all about combination. And earlier, we all might read in our textbooks that auxin is the one having apical dormancy, which is not allowing the side buds to emerge. But only in the last 10 years, we came to know that it's of course it's a part of a job of auxin, but not a complete part of auxin, where he recruits strigalatinase. Once auxin is there in the apical bud, as you are seeing here, it will recruit the strigalatinase not to have these secondary buds to emerge from the tissue. So here it's a classical example. This is a wild type plant or a rice plant. Once I mutant strigalatinase, if it's only an auxin, it shouldn't have let him to side branch. But in the mutant of strigalatinase, you could see the side branching, and you could see the bottom plants where they have more of lateral branches, which clearly shows that auxin recruits these hormone to keep the plant not branching. Once you take out of this strigalatinase out of the system, it will induce more amount of branching. And the next next is a brasnosteroid, which helps or promotes the cells to have an elongation pattern in those cells. In most of the cells, that's the prime job of a brasnosteroid, where you will have more of cell elongation. Okay, so that's how these hormones have different functions. I think now you have a clear idea what these hormones, and they have a variety of roles. not only individual roles, but they do have crosstalks. But these hormones are needed for these various classical functions. But one question is that how do these hormones, imagine there are certain hormones synthesized in one part of the plant and it has to go to the other part of plant, for example, auxin. Well known that auxin is being synthesized in the flowers. It might be of any part, any crop, but most of the time auxins are synthesized in the flowering parts. And I'm having a flower, mango flower. I have an example of mango flower where the auxin is being produced, but it has to go to the root, where auxin is more needed for the root development. How does it get transported from mango flowering tree to the roots where it is needed? I'm not saying about it will take hours and minutes. It all does in a matter of minutes and seconds. How does it get transported? How does it work? How does it really, these signals are being transcribed? That's all about the part I'm going to discuss over here. So in all the concept models, how the hormones are perceived, how these hormones are being transported, how it binds or how it's being perceived, and how does these signals are being transferred. So if I start to speak about the entire hormones, I don't need 1 hour. I might need even months to speak individually or elaborately about how these hormones are being transcribed. But we have a common model here. This is how most of the hormones are being perceived, which I will be discussing in the upcoming slides. So for anything, you need to have a production site where the hormone is being produced. Okay. Generally, in the production site, we need any of the hormones. For example, if it's any type of hormone so far we discussed, it should be synthesized, and there are genes and proteins responsible for the synthesis. At the end of the day, they have to undergo a process called conjugation and deconjugation. Once they are conjugated or deconjugated, and it will have to have a breakdown to have a product called any hormone. Let's say I'm speaking about auxin. Okay. So it has to be synthesized and it has to be conjugated or deconjugated, and to produce more of an active form of the given hormone. And it has to be transported from the one cell of a flower. It has to be transported to the next cell of the flower, third cell, fourth cell of the flower sepals, fifth cell, and it has to cross almost millions of cells before reaching to the root, maybe in crores, multiple crores, or in trillions of crores. Cells this hormone has to be translocated from a single cell of a sepals or a flower sepal to the root tip of a given plant. Okay, so how does this transport happen? Generally through the xylem and phloem, which is easy. We have transporters to pump these molecules into the xylem and phloem, and there are membranes, cellular membranes, which can transport these molecules by means of osmosis or reverse osmosis. And thirdly, we have transport regulated proteins, which are specially for individual hormones, are available. Okay, now the transport job has been done. And thirdly, it has to bind to some sort of receptor to do the job. Maybe the root might not need an auxin right now. But how does it bind? It came to the cell near to the root tip. But how do I perceive it? How do I know that the auxin molecule has reached my root or to the tip? So there are certain receptors which are being available or identified for most of the hormones, which can be of membrane bound or soluble, which we will discuss in the later part. Once the receptor finds, okay, auxin has arrived to my destination, now how I am going to proceed? So there is another option called processing, where most of your hormones or most of your active hormones or inactive hormones will be phosphorylated or dephosphorylated. There will be two mechanisms will be happening, and third mechanism will be proteolysis. How can I make him into an active form or deactive form? That's called protein dephosphorylation or dephosphorylation, which can be done mainly by the 26S proteasome, which we'll be seeing in the next slide. So once we have the signal transaction happened, receptor has been identified, and once we have the receptor has been identified, and now the signal has been transcribed to the next level, that the protein is being active or the hormone is being active, now it has to pass on to the downstream effects. What are the downstream effects? The genes which are responsible to synthesize or responsible to block their actions has to get activated. That means it has to enter into the nucleus. Okay, it has to do the transcription. The entire machinery has to be activated. And secondly, maybe this is to related to the transcription machinery or downstream effects of genomic effects or some sort of ion channels. It has to do regulate. It's not all the time only the gene functions are available there. Okay, so right now what you're saying is like this is what we are speaking about for last 5 minutes, where any part of thing we need you need an synthesis part. It has to be transported, where you need to be bind to a single receptor. From the receptor you have to give a signal transduction. From the signaling you have to curtail with the downstream effects, which can be of genomic or transcription or to regulate your ion channels. So this is common for most of the enzymes or most of your hormones. And as I said, there are certain receptors which are membrane bound for certain hormones. For example, ethylene, cytokinin, brassionosteroid. These hormones do have a membrane bound receptor to bind or to identify whether this molecule is available there or not. So this is all about certain molecules for certain receptors. Not all the hormones have the receptors at the membranes, okay, which can be catched immediately and then perceived. No, only certain hormones do have their membranes, and certain hormones do have a separate mechanism called molecular glue, where it will bind with another associated protein. I don't know, don't worry, I'm not going to elaborate much of it. You're really running out of your lunchtime. Where it will bind to a sort of membrane glue sort of stuff, which will import these hormones back into the cells. Okay, the classical examples are GAD1, PR1 for abscisic acid, and TR1 for auxin. So these are molecular glue. Some are membrane bounded, some are molecular glue acting mechanism activated. Okay, so what you see in my screen here, for example, the round ones which are marked red here, these are the hormones, auxin, gibberellin, and jasmonic acid. Once these hormones, imagine a cell that I need an auxin for root initiation. I need I am a cell which I need gibberellic acid, which is for flowering. In that case, it's going to recruit. For example, it's already bound to an IAA, which is a repressor. In case of gibberellic, DELA is a repressor. For jasmonic acid, JAS is a repressor. Until once these hormones comes and binds, it has to cleave it out. Otherwise, you will not see any sort of auxin spray. For example, even though to make it more understandable for the students, imagine that I am spraying an auxin to a plant. Once you spray on top of the cell, the first job he will be doing, he will be removing the IAA proteins. Why he is removing? Unless until the IAA is removed, which is a repressor, you will not see any benefits of auxin. Okay, once you remove IAA from the swatch through 26X proteasome mechanism, the auxin will be transcribing. That means it will enter into the nucleus, then the aerophil auxin response factor genes will get initiated. Then you will start to see response. That means the plant will have more elongation. The plant will start to flower. For all this, you have to remove your repressor, which is present in the cytoplasm. Okay, now we are speaking entire things in a single cell. Imagine from a tissue to thousands of cells. We are speaking right now what is happening in an individual cell. Okay, this is how your proteasome machinery has to work to delineate your proteins out of the mechanism to induce whatever the response that you're really going to observe. So how does it move? How does it cleave, or how does this IAA is being removed by the 26S machinery? That's what you are going to see here. There is a protein called ubiquitin protein, which is a small 76 amino acid protein, which will be used for a proteolytic cleavage, which has, I'm not getting in, which has a lysine 48 and 46 and C-terminus, which is not of your mind, but it's a protein. It's an ubiquitin. It's a single, small amino acid peptide protein, which is 76 amino acid. It will bind to the targets of any of your hormones as like this, like you are mentioning here. This is an auxin ARF protein complex. I think if you're not even exposed to this complex, I know it might be much more harder, but I try to slightly fasten the things or slightly give an overall idea. Just it's an F-box protein or an SCF ubiquitin ligase complex that we call, and it's all about of multiple proteins. Don't mind about it. Just think about this ubiquitin guy, which is small round hole here. It will be ligated to the target of any complex. Once you get ligated, for example, you could see this is one of the complex where these guys got ligated. Then this 26S proteasome machinery will think, okay, this is a protein that I have to cleave him. So once they see these signals attached, ubiquitins are attached to any complex, this 26S proteasome is going to cleave them. So once you cleave your repressors, in case of CRPF and GRPF, in this case, DEL and IAA, it will get cleaved down. So you will start to see the auxin response. So this is how an overall machinery or things is generally happening for most of the hormones, whatever we speak. So I'll try to have one example only with the auxin, so that you will have a deeper idea. I think future readers or speakers have elaborated more about auxin, but here it's a classical example where the signal and the light, the bending experiment, you might be well aware. I think Ramesh sir also spoke about it, where we expose the dark grown plants. When exposed to the light, they start bending. That means imagine the light is coming from here. The signal, the plants are only visualized. For example, maybe I'll move on to the next slide here. The lights are being sensed only by this tissue. Imagine these entire plants are being covered in a box and being exposed only to the light. Only these areas is being exposed to the light, but the plants are bending. The signal is being received or perceived here. How does it move down? What is a hormone? That's how it's all been initiated. And the latter part we came to know it's an auxin. So where the auxin will accumulate, you could visually clearly see it here, will be accumulating in the elongation portion, that too in the dark sided portion. So you're having a bending on your tissue. So this is how the classical experiment helped us. What is an hormone? How does it function? So what we know all about it. So we know so far the chemical structures, and we know auxin is really needed for root formation and bud growth, and it has to move from tip to the base. And we know it has different leaves will respond to auxin differently, flowers will respond to auxin differently. We know all the different sensitivities, and there is a concentration based tissue in a specific way. Okay, but what we don't know, how this auxin is being pumped, this hormone is being perceived, how these from one cell to other cell, these hormone is being pumped from one cell to the other cell, and how does it really helping us to go to this portion of the leaf or this portion of the root. How does it dictate? So that's all about this translocation studies really helped us last 40-50 years. I think more than thousands and thousands of scientists worked in the different genes and different proteins and different concepts they came up, and now we are really enjoying the benefits of what our earlier scientists helped us to understand more about these hormonal translocation and transduction. One thing is like, as I said, I will be speaking only about auxins as of now because we are running really late of time, as well as this is some of the same concepts will move on to most of the other hormones too. Imagine how a cell wall, if it's a general cell wall here, which has generally a more of acidic pH, which is 5.5, but most of our cytoplasm pH will be around like 7. How does this hormones goes in from your apoplastic region or from the membrane region into the cytoplasm? From the apoplastic, imagine this is a cell where you're pumping your auxin from xylem or phloem. Imagine this is the area. Now the auxin is there, but it's already in a pH of 5.5. Already the cytoplasm pH is 7. How does it go inside? So in those cases where before transporting any hormones, there will be an uncharged form. For example, we generally call IAA, but if you say IAH, it's an uncharged form. This is how it's being pumped from one cell to the other cells in a xylem or phloem. But once it reaches the spots, it's being converted. It's being splitted down or deproportionated into a minus form, IAA minus. Once it enters, once we deproportionate it, IAA will become minus. IAA, once it become minus, it cannot leave out of the cell, except once there is a, you call it as a transporters, the green one. Unless you have transporters, this hormone now cannot leave out of the cytoplasm and move out to the next cell. So this is how the transporters are needed. But in general, IAH will be, pumping to all the cells through xylem and phloem vessels. It will be all in your apoplast, which covers all the cells. Yes, it will be available. But once it's deproportionated, the hormone will stuck in one cell within the cytoplasm, and it needs transporters to pump these negative anionic form of IAA to outside of the cell. So who are those pumps? How does it go from one cell, from flower to the root, reaches it? As I said, we have a lot of transporters which do transport these negative forms of IAA, and which we will be seeing in the next slides. So it needs cascade. Okay, now IAA is in this cell number 1, and it will move in a different form, and then it will reach to the next cytoplasm of the, next cell cytoplasm, and it will move on. So the transporters will be doing the job to pump this anionic form of IAA or active form of IAA from one cell to other. Okay. So I don't want to more deep into the auxin biosynthesis. I think earlier speaker has explained well. From tryptophan, we are receiving IAA. It's not the only mechanism, but we have different cycles starting from IPA, IAM, and indole 3 acetyl. So by all these means, we can really generate auxin from a single compound indole, or we can say it as a tryptophan, which is a precursor. But there are multiple pathways where we can come, or where we can generate auxin IAA. Okay. Within the biosynthesis, don't get so much confused here. So I'm not going to speak everything here. So within the tryptophan, as I said, we have multiple pathways, and these, what is this YUC, TA? These are all different genes which are among the cascades which translocates the signal from the receptor to your cytoplasm. Okay, whether UCA or TA1, these are different proteins which are having the job to translocate your signal from the receptor to the nucleus. And this can be blocked at different stages. As I said earlier, it's not that while synthesizing the auxin itself, all the other hormones can come and interplay or block the other proteins and make him not to synthesis also. So methyl jasmine can do that, ethylene can do that, even your red light ratio can do that, temperature can do that. So as I said, always hormones are cross-linked with different environmental factors can dictate the hormonal synthesis as well as the translocation. So once you spray auxin, and then if you are saying that, okay, I sprayed auxin, I am supposed to experience the plant growth, no. It depends on temperature, light ratio, all these, the ethylene levels in the air can do can make you to wait to see observe the phenomena that you observed. So this is how even the cells happening that you observe orally, visually. But what is really happening inside the individual cell is what matters. And this is a schematic image that how these external factors can alter different genes in the, just from the, it's only one pathway from TPRP to IAA synthesis. It's one of the smallest pathway of synthesis in the hormones. But these hormones can interfere within the small pathway at multiple sites. Okay. So what generally happens? So this is your molecule IAA, which is an hexagonal shape, that it has to bind to the SCF TIR1. Don't worry, it's a complex. OXIA is a complex where it has to come and bind. And once it binds to this complex, it will generate, or it will dictate this molecule to the 26S proteasome machinery. Once the machinery knows, okay, this is a molecule which has to be cleaved off, it will be degraded. Then your auxin response factors, these are the OXIA is a negative repressor, whereas the ARF is a positive nodal transcription factor, which will initiate the response or to make him to synthesize more of auxin. Okay, so this is how the signaling pathway works. So we got a signal now. Now the genes are being expressed or the proteins are being cleaved. As I said earlier, there are a lot of transporters which has to translocate these hormone from cell 1 to the next cell. So for example, as I said, we have 3 classical transporters for only for auxin, which is called as ABCB transporters. And next is the OX1 LAX transporter. and third one is called as pin transporters. Whereas you can see here the green ones. These are the transporters which can pump out. These are transporters well known to pump the auxin out of the cell, the green ones. Whereas the orange ones and the purple ones are the hormones well known to pump in. This is oxflux. It's a known hormone which will allow you to pump in the auxin from one cell to the next one. But whereas these ABCB transporters, it's not only correlated with auxin, but it has diverse roles in multiple hormones. It can act in and out. But except that, your auxin cannot move out just like that out of your cell from one cell to others. These transporters are much more needed. So which is predominantly more efficient. So similar type of transporters will be available for all other hormones. Okay, now we are speaking about auxin, and it's the same case for, there are different the transporters will be available for each and every individual hormones. There are common transporters. We'll discuss that later. So it's another one classical example. What you see in the screen right now is how does this pin transporters, which is an efflux transporters, we have different genes among the pin transporters, starting from pin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You could clearly see the directional movements. Pin 7 is responsible will be located only in this tissue of the root tip. You can clear, maybe this is the green fluorescent image. You can see the pin 3 gene, which is there to transport only in these cells. Whereas pin 4 will be in most of the root apical cells. Whereas pin 2 will be much more closer to the xylem vessels. So this is the clear definition. So each and individual protein has a role, or a efflux protein has a role to pump or to create a gradient. Why gradient is more important? Why we need a gradient here? Unless, imagine, if you have all the blue is, imagine you are a blue is an auxin. If you have auxin all over these cells, the roots are not going to elongate. We need to pump more of auxin to the root tip so that it will have more cell division, so that the roots will elongate. So this is all about. We are pumping all our reserves to the root apical portion so that the auxin will multiply with more number of cells, so the roots will elongate more faster. For these proteins are much more needed. And the same case, how your shoot apical meristem is developing. This is an example where these proteins are differentially arranged, how your tips are being differentiated. Okay, I'm not going to much deep into it, but this is how we are pumping the auxin to one part of the tissue to have elongation or to have more of reproduce. I think if you are more well aware about the dynamics of ABCD model of shoot apical meristem, you could have got this concept. This is all to pump an hormone to a specific cell or to a specific region of a given tissue to initiate that process. And you could see, this is a classical example I was saying. This is the blue color is an auxin, which are, okay, how do you see them? This is with the confocal microscopy, where you have fused, DR5 is one of the promoter, where you fuse the GUS, auxin promoter, where you fuse the, GUS, which is an fluorescent protein. And you can observe, not all the roots are having high amount of concentration of auxin, only the shoot tips has. Okay. So so we need concentration only at the tip. At certain after time, we need then another location where we need to have multiplication of cells and elongation of cells. So that's the reason why you observe two division of concentric or localization of these hormone at two different spots. So as in a summary, so we have seen the synthesis, how does it can be conjugated and it can be transported, and we have target genes. I mean, how does it activates or inactivates, and what are the target genes, and we have biological, how we can initiate a biological function of auxin. So this is all our summary. So I would like to request to the to the organizing team, how much time we have, or we are already running out of time. Are you there?
Sir, yes, sir.
Can I extend my lecture, or how much time I am left with?
Sir, can we complete now, sir?
Okay, because I have another 20 more slides to cover. So how does you want me to perform?
Sir, we can complete now, sir.
Okay. So I'll take another 1 or 2 minutes. Okay. And then
Yes, sir.
I do summarize. But this is how happens so we have diverse roles of different hormones and different transduction pathways. But each hormone has diverse roles. For example, auxin is known for root elongation, whereas the salicylic acid is known for response against given pathogens. For example, mainly bacteria and fungal virus, the salicylic acid has to play a major role. Whereas jasmonids, when it comes to the herbivores or insects or other fungi and annual nectotroph organisms, it has to play a role where it has to translocate its signal from one leaf tissue to other. It's not only a matter of, in one plant the signals will be. No, once these hormones get sensitized, it has to trigger to the entire plant system. So the next the same pest will not be able to come and interfere the same tissue or to bite the same tissue. So it makes an alarm. For a classical example is the jasmonids, which pumps and triggers the entire concept. And it goes to even to the parasitoids. Okay. And secondly, I think I think the committee is really running out of time. So let's end here. If you really have any doubts here, please, you can ask now. My humble request to the committee member, please provide us the same time slots in a perfect manner, because I am the end right now. We are almost closing time, so we have to rush it over with our presentations. So next time, be stringent with your timings so that we can able to speak what we intended to speak.
Sure, sir. Sorry for the inconvenience, sir.
It's okay.
Thank you, sir.
I'll be happy to receive any questions if there is anything from the student side.
Okay, sir. Now, I request Dr. P. Madana Kumari to thank the speaker.
Final session given by Dr. Sri Vignesh on advances in signaling and transport of new generation plant growth regulator was very informative. He gave us deep insights on hormonal control of vegetative development, functions of hormones on reproduction. Also, elaboration on various growth regulators and their role, importance, and significances was very thought-provoking. This was very much useful for our students and scholars as they are concentrating on innovative techniques of crop growth and development. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your patient presentation, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And thanks to the organizers.
Thank you, sir. We have been listening to eminent speakers deliberating us in the area of various innovative ways adopted for growing horticultural crops without soil. I'm sure this will go in a long way in understanding its complexities, opportunities, and challenges. Now, I request Dr. T. Uma Maheshwari, Organizing Secretary from Department of Horticulture, to deliver the concluding remarks and brief the conference report. Please, ma'am.
Good turn to support the young entrepreneurs and also to inspire the aspiring students. An interaction interface between institute and industry has been planned as IQA 21 by IQAC. Today's international conference on innovative trends in horticulture production has enlightened the current trends of horticulture production to the students and scholars. Around 150 number of participants have participated in this conference. including students, scholars, and faculties of Annamalai University and other institutes. In session 1, lecture on innovative ways to grow horticultural crops without soil was delivered by Dr. Uttara, Assistant Professor, Horticulture Division, Ohio State Agricultural Technical Institute, USA. She has given a very elaborative talk on controlled environment agriculture, hydroponics, floating systems, nutrient film technique, aeroponics, substrate-based culture, aquaponics, high-wire crops, high tunnel and shade houses, importance of controlled environmental agriculture, hydroponics, importance of hydroponic foods, challenges to hydroponic crop production. In session 2, Dr. A. Ramesh Kumar, Associate Professor, Department of Horticulture, Central University of Tamil Nadu, Tiruvarur, has given a deliberative lecture about an overview of new generation plant growth regulators. He has explained about new generation PGRs such as salicylic acid, brasinosteroid, jasmonic acid, polyamines, morphactins, melatonin, serotonin, kerikins, and peptide hormones, and also the effect of PGRs on growth and development of horticultural crops. In session 3, Mr. Vinod, Technical Support Consultant, Farmsense Agri Solutions Private Limited, Maharashtra, has given a very elaborative lecture on benefits of bioorganics in horticulture. He has covered the aspects of horticulture sector in India, employment possibilities, challenges in horticulture produce export, use of chemical fertilizers in India, constraints in Indian horticulture, economic challenges faced in Indian horticulture, bioorganic inputs, economical benefits, environmental benefits, and ecological benefits. The last session on advances in signaling and transport of new generation plant growth regulators was delivered by Dr. Sri Vignesh, Assistant Professor, Department of Horticulture, Central University of Tamil Nadu, Tiruvarur. He has covered the various aspects of hormonal control of vegetative development, hormonal control of reproduction, hormonal responses to stress, hormonal receptors, and signal transduction of hormones such as cytokinins, epilin, gibberellins, auxin, ABA, and brasinosteroid. At the end of each technical session, participants actively involved in discussion with the speakers. All the speakers for this day gave tremendous information on the topic of discussion. This conference has imparted a great knowledge on innovative trends in horticulture production in India and overseas. We hope that the initiative on this conference catered the needs of students and scholars. Thank you.
Sunsets of truth that ending can be beautiful too. In that same way, to make our ending beautiful, I now call upon Dr. J.R. Bharat Kumar, Organizing Secretary, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Good afternoon to all. On the behalf of Department of Horticulture and the organizing committee of this international virtual conference on innovative trends in horticulture production, I feel immense pleasure to propose a vote of thanks to the Registrar Annamalai University for giving his blessing and giving permission to conduct this webinar as a grand success. Thank you, sir. I would further extend my sincere thanks to our beloved Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, who spared the time from his busy schedule to grace this international conference with his motivational and encouragement speech. Thank you, sir. I take this opportunity to specially express my deep regards and gratitude to the Director, IQAC Annamalai University, for always encouraging us and providing opportunity to organize such seminars. I would like to thank our Professor and Head, Department of Horticulture, for her unfaltering support and confidence. And also, she always encouraging us to achieve more endeavors. Thank you, madam. I especially thank our distinguished speakers of this international conference for their knowledgeable guidance and as well as for sharing their precious time. Thank you, sirs. I would like to thank our beloved senior professors, teaching and non-teaching faculties for their unwavering supports and encouragements. Thank you, sir. My sincere gratitude also goes to our organizing committee members for their proper coordination and cooperation. Thank you, friends. I would like to thank my fellow students for enthusiastically helping to arrange this webinar. Once again, I thank one and all for being with us in this afternoon. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Let us rise up for national anthem.